I'd like to call to order the Town of Essex Selectboard meeting for January 26, 2026. First note, is there any adds or changes from staff?
A couple from staff, and apologies, we had some technical difficulties, so a couple of the items on the agenda did not have materials attached to them. That is consent item 6D, consider approval of truck 605 replacement. Materials are now in front of you. Request or recommend that you either move this to business tonight, or we can push it out until the February 2nd meeting. It's not super timely, so whichever your preference there. Item 7D is our dues assessment letter from Green Mountain Transit. That came in after the packet went out, but just wanted to get it in front of you. We can include that in the reading file for the next packet as well. And lastly, 8G, which is the status of winter operations, a reading file item. That will also appear in the reading file next week, just to make sure it gets captured publicly. So the question for you tonight, as far as agenda changes, is if you want to move that item 6D, the truck replacement, to business, or handle it a week from now.
What is the board's wish?
I would move that the board move items 6D and 7D to the business under L. So make it the new M and N and move M and N down to be discussed tonight.
If I may make
Sorry.
one friendly amendment.
Yeah.
We do have Aaron Martin here who would speak
Oh,
to that.
let's do it at the
He's
beginning.
going to be here for 7I anyways for the update of the Municipal Wastewater Allocation Ordinance, so maybe right after that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So J and K.
Correct.
So it'll be where C is now?
It would be, or be the new 7J, and everything else would get pushed down.
7J. Okay. I'll look to you to keep me straight on that.
Will do.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
So sorry, I just want to make sure I understand what we're doing, because
Yes.
I got confused by something that Ethan, I think, said, but is it, we're moving 6D down below I? Is that what we're doing?
Is that
And that's the only change?
below M?
Was there another?
Oh, there was 7 also. I don't know if set was 7 on. So 7 is D.
7 is there. This is
Okay.
just informational materials that came in after the packet, so it might come up.
So we can already discuss it. Okay.
Right.
Sorry. Confused myself.
So just the 6D, right?
Yep.
Not
To
E.
J.
Okay.
So I'll ask you to repeat that for clarity.
What I heard motioned and seconded was a motion to take item 6D, consider approval of truck 605 replacement for fiscal year 2026, and move it to business item 7J with JKL, M, and N moving down one letter each.
Okay. Thank you. Well, are we all clear on the motion now?
Yes, thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Moving on, the next order of business. Since we amended the agenda, we need to approve the agenda, which we just did.
Yep.
Okay. So the next item is public to be heard. I would ask to please silence your phones. For those online, your microphones will be muted by default until recognized. This is the result of some bad actors in prior meetings and is an attempt to prevent that from reoccurring. A reminder to the public, please be civil, please be brief. As a general rule, any comments longer than a few minutes represent a need to have a deeper conversation, either via email, meeting, or being added to a future agenda. Please keep this in mind. Please
Recording in
refrain from-
progress.
Please refrain from side conversations, be respectful of staff and those speaking, and when called on, please state your name and residence for the record. And I would also note that the comments are for the consent items and items that are not on the agenda. Yes, sir.
Just want to pass this out real quick to you. Something that I wasn't able to get out on time, so it's
Thank you.
after the fact, so if you want one of those. Well, my name is David Scopin, and I live at 11 Skyline Drive in town of Essex. And I want to thank you all for permitting me to speak, and I want to also thank you for the job that you do on our behalf. I'll try to be real quick here. About a year ago, I was actually absolutely shocked to see a young woman removed from the streets near her home by masked and unmarked individuals and whisked away into an unmarked vehicle. And I thought, well, that doesn't look like it's legal, and that probably will be the last time I'll come across anything like that. As it turns out, that's not the case, and as we can probably see from what's going on in the news, it's becoming an issue that has a number of people, amazingly enough, in Essex and throughout this country, very, very concerned and worried for their own safety. I can't imagine if I had a knock at the door and was suddenly had the door explode before I could get to it, and people would come into my house without really announcing why they were there, et cetera, et cetera. So I received an email probably 3 weeks ago, a request to go to the Williston Selectboard meeting, which I did on January 13th. And there was a gentleman by the name of Blaine Paxton, who was actually a resident of Burlington, but he had brought people from a number of other communities, as well as a number of people from Williston, who spoke about the situation we found ourselves in. And they requested, of course, we probably know that Williston has 2 ice facilities in their town. And it turns out that they're quite influential. They're not, low key, just taking care of the normal stuff that you would have expected from 10 years ago or so. It's much more intrusive than that. And I was, thought that the presentation that this group put on was very impressive, and I didn't know what to expect, but January 20th, there they were with this resolution. And the point that a few people made is we're not sure what a select board can do, but certainly it would seem to me that you're a lot more influential than I am in certain regards. I mean, I go to the rallies, one down at Burlington Main Street near the Hilton, and the one at the Five Corners just was yesterday in the cold, and there was a very good turnout, indicating to us all that we're not alone. There's a lot of folks who are very worried, and we expect that everyone steps up. And Governor Scott did, as you probably were aware. And the legislature has a S-209 and an S-208. Now, they're rather vague, prohibiting civil arrest in sensitive areas, and then establishing standards for law enforcement identification, which it's not real specific, but it is a start. And so what I'm hoping is that I can get on next meeting's agenda, and that we can discuss this in a little more detail. I think we have a really good idea what can be done, and someone might ask, well, what does that accomplish? Well, it puts out the word that Williston is aware of what it might take to keep its citizenry safe. And certainly, if someone did break my door down, the first thing I would think of is calling the police, because I don't know you, and I'm being protected, hopefully, by the Essex Police, which is what I would imagine any sensible person would do. Call the police. I don't know what's going on here, but this can't be legal. So with that, I want to thank you for your time, and I want to impress upon you that I think the need for all of us to think about what Williston did, what can we do, and I think there's a very, very strong need to address this as soon as possible. And I was amazed that they put theirs together in a week. That was just amazing and very impressive. And I think we can be that impressive here in the town of Essex. So with that, are there any questions that any of you, while I'm here, wish to ask me?
Maybe we're all set.
I'm assuming that might be a no. So thanks very much for your time, and I'm sure that it's possible that other people present at this meeting may or hope maybe what I did was sufficient. But I think I know that talking to a number of residents that this is an issue that's. There's not just one lone wolf here howling at the moon. This is a big issue with an awful lot of us. So hopefully we can get it on the agenda soon. And anything that I can do that you think would be helpful to you, and in the way of prep, I certainly could get you a little more information of what the people that came to the Williston Select Board spoke about. And in fact, you could, fortunately, it's recorded just like this will be. So if you wanted to, you could go and view that. And I would hope that you would. It's probably 15 minutes or so, and I think you'll get a good feel for what people's concerns are and their requests. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I just comment that
Yeah, absolutely.
this issue came before us over the past year, and we already approved a resolution a couple months ago? Is this a different thing?
You know, was this the young woman with the first name of Sue?
Yes.
I didn't see that. Where would I find? Where was that published?
It'd be in the minutes of whatever meeting. We'd have to.
I think we might have it on the website.
It might be
Yeah.
probably on the
I can
website
track
too.
it
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
So, Greg, you'd be able to tell me how to find that?
Yes, I'll follow up with you tomorrow to do that.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll certainly read it and see what she has said. If it's similar, if it's very similar to this, if not, this is pretty specific, and I think it goes into the sort of detail that a lot of residents of Essex will feel good about seeing. It would be great, I guess, if we could get what Sue put together out, disseminate that in some manner, shape, or form to the larger public, because I wasn't aware of that. I did wonder what became of that, but I wasn't aware that that you all approved something. So I will definitely read that, Greg. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you for that comment, Andy. I was a little confused myself.
2 hands on mine.
Two hands
Ann
on. Ann Miller.
Hi, good evening. I'm actually not here to speak on Mr. Scopin's item, so if I see Cheryl Van Epps' hand is up, I'll go ahead, I guess. I wanted to say that even that I wrote you all. Thank you, first of all, for your time. And I really do understand what your service is. It's really a huge contribution, and we definitely appreciate it. So my name is Ann Miller. I live at 60 Sydney Drive in Essex, and I wrote you back in January 14th, actually, an email, each of you, and I hadn't heard back from you. And so I wanted to raise with you kind of a new concern, a variation on what I wrote you about previously, which has to do with judgment process and the public trust. And I want to start by saying that I understand that state laws allow developers and consultants to participate in municipal processes and even to sit on planning commissions. And I'm not here to argue about any illegality, but I am concerned about judgment process and public trust. So I wasn't at the meeting, but I watched the January 8th Planning Commission meeting on recording. And in that meeting, a commissioner invited a developer and his engineer, both frequent applicants before the town, so they have financial interest before the town, to work directly with staff on drafting steep slope regulations. In my mind, that goes far beyond normal public participation. right? It gives people with a clear financial interest a level of access and influence over regulations governing their own projects. That level of access is something that ordinary citizens, residents, do not have. Even if it's legally permissible, it creates an appearance of preferential treatment, right? A reasonable person, which is what the Vermont statute says, if a reasonable person watching this process would see that people who are frequent applicants before the town are brought into drafting regulations while the rest of us get a few minutes at the microphone when the work is done. And so I really think that its process matters, right? So who is in the room when the drafting is being done, right? That's really, really important. And public confidence is not just on the outcome, but it's on the process. Is the process fair and even-handed? And I know you guys as select board, you're not managing the planning commission on a day-to-day basis, but you do set expectations on how appointed bodies conduct themselves, especially with respect to ethics, transparency, and maintaining public trust. My request is very specific and narrow. I'm asking you to direct the select board to tell them that public input is welcome from everyone, public input, developers, landowners, their consultants, right? In the public process, but landowners, developers, and consultants should not be invited to non-public working groups. Their participation should occur through open public channels equally available to all. I honestly take no pleasure in bringing this to your attention. I labored over the letter that I sent you earlier, which is a slightly different version of this issue. And I'm not here to accuse anyone of bad intent, but it is about making sure our land use rules are written in a way that the whole community can trust and that no group with financial interest before the town appears to be given special access or influence. Thanks so much for your time.
Cheryl Van Epps.
Carol Van
Cheryl Van Epps.
Cheryl Van Epps.
Cheryl Van Epps. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Cheryl Van Epps from 8 Rustic Drive in Essex Town. Trying to see what, okay, I just clicked, oh no, did I leave the mess? Sorry, pop-up windows distract me. I wanted to say thank you to David Scopin for his public comment, and thank you also to Ann Miller. I'm totally concur with both speakers. I wanted to bring up a subject I would like to hear more from our select board on, and it's something right now we have to recognize and acknowledge that we are in a time of conflict, let's call it. And I believe now is time to take a stand and step forward and perhaps be that brave little state that we are. And we could start here at in the town of Essex. There's something called austerity going on, and that's federal deprivation. And we see it in the form of underfunding for our systems, our education, housing, healthcare. We could go on and on, transportation. What's happening is folks who are residents of the town are feeling the burden, instead of being placed on our federal government, which by the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, should be providing for our general welfare, but they are not. Our government has become dysfunctional at best. So I would like to see from my select board an acknowledgement of that. And I would ask you to write to our government and perhaps by leading and showing an example that we are demanding more for what should have been, COVID happened. So many national disasters are happening, and our federal government is not stepping up. So my comment is we need to stand up, write a letter. I would sign it. I don't think silence and sweeping it under the rug is going to make it go away. I think by showing we can put up a front and make our voices be heard, that we are more likely to get change than just sitting here on our hands. Thank you for all you do for the town, and I think we need to step up and do more at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Lisa Helm.
Lisa Helm? Not sure I said your name right.
Yeah, am I unmuted? Oh, excellent. Well, I had volunteered to serve on the police community board. And in applying, I was asked to come to the meeting tonight and introduce myself. I would turn on my camera, but I don't know if it will allow it. There it is. So good evening. Maybe I'm out of order and this isn't when I'm supposed to speak with folks.
Just 1 minute. This is just general public comment. For anybody who has a comment, you're actually on the agenda in a
Oh, I
little
am.
while later.
Forgive
Yes, you
me.
are.
I will wait.
Sorry for the misunderstanding, but we will be getting back to you very shortly, probably.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Any more public comment?
Irene Renner.
Irene Renner.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking comment. I was wondering if the names of the people running for office as of 5 o'clock tonight have been released yet. Is that information you could provide to the public at this time?
That's a good question. Do we usually provide that, or?
The ballots or the petitions have come in. I'm not aware of us having published it yet, since we just closed before the end of business today. I can share the names I'm aware of. I believe it's all of them.
Is that typical, or?
I'd say go for it.
Sure.
I mean, everybody's in, so if you,
Everybody, the deadline closed, and so
yeah.
It is, yep.
it'll be posted in the morning. Nothing
So
left.
I'm aware of 3 people running for the 2 3-year seats. Andy Watts, Ken Signorello, and I am blanking on Meg Zimmerman, I want to say, but I might be wrong on that name. There's one more. And running for the 1-year seat, there's 2 people, Ethan Lawrence, and I am not positive on this name either, but I think it's Noah Detzel, I believe is the name. And apologies if I have mispronounced or said the wrong names of those other 2 folks.
Thanks very much. I wanted to just second everything that I heard from the folks who spoke about security, the ability of people who are not residents and in fact beneficiaries of our planning and zoning regulations as developers, not being on those work groups and such. And following up on the first comment, there was a commitment to fairness, freedom, and community safety that the select board adopted in October of 2025. And within that, it references the fair and impartial policing policy, which talks about how Essex Police agrees not to help, I think it's customs enforcement. Of course, my phone is not letting me log in. I guess I would like to see that strengthened, and I don't know if that request goes to the police commissioner or to you as select board members, but I think what the Minneapolis police recently did was say that they would not be assisting those perpetrating violence, as in federal forces like Customs and Border Patrol, like ICE, and in fact would be protecting the citizens who pay their salaries. So I would love to see our statement strengthened and anything we can do to discuss that issue in the coming weeks. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
No other hands are up?
No other hands. Okay, if that is the end of the public to be heard, We have a public hearing that we need to open, a public hearing on the fiscal year 2027 municipal budget. Do I have a motion for that?
Move.
I'll second.
Okay, we moved by Ethan, seconded by Shan. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The public hearing is now open. You usually give a brief.
Yeah, happy to provide just a brief little overview to kick it off. So, as you are all well aware, we've had a few meetings and many months worth of putting the fiscal year 27 budget together, budget proposal. The Select Board adopted the budget preliminarily at your last meeting on January 5th. After the public hearing tonight, you may choose to finally adopt the budget with or without changes and warn it for town meeting, which the votes will be happening on Tuesday, March 2nd. The budget at this point stands at a $17,189,166 budget. That's a 5.03% increase from last year in the budgeted amount. The tax levy would be going up, the amount rate to be raised by taxes would be $12.2 million, a 3.3% increase. And with a estimated grand list growth of 0.75, that would result in a tax rate increase of 2.54% on the average $280,000 home in Essex. I know that number is a little bit outdated, but based on the assessed values, that is the roughly the average home in Essex. That would result in a $51.80 annual increase on municipal taxes. That does not include the human services funding. That is the 1% that the voters get to vote on. 1% of the budget, or a portion equivalent to 1% of the budget to support health and human services in the community. If that were to pass, that would raise the budget to $17.3 million, and the tax rate would be 2.56% increase if the health and human services funding is included. Beyond that, happy to try to take any questions. That's kind of the overview. We've spent a fair bit of time on this in this room, but certainly if people online or in the room have more questions or comments about it, we will do our best to answer those and take comment.
Doesn't look like there are any questions on the budget. Going once, going twice. Okay, do we need a motion to close the
Make the motion to close the public hearing.
So the motion's
I
been
second.
made, seconded by Shannon. All those in favor of closing the public hearing on the 2027 budget, please say aye.
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 Motion passes.
Make a motion to open the public hearing on the fiscal year 2027 capital budget and 5-year plan.
Okay, so we have a motion for the capital budget. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, has been seconded. All those in favor of opening the public hearing on fiscal year 2027 capital budget and 5-year plan, please say aye.
Aye.
The public hearing is open. I ask Greg to do the.
Sure. Similarly, we've been working at this for a few months, and it's been on some of your recent meetings. It was approved preliminarily on January 5th as well. This is the capital budget. It's also the 5-year plan. We're looking at revenue from the 5-cent capital tax, resulting in $1,492,232 in capital tax revenue for fiscal year 27. That does factor in the anticipated effects of the reappraisal, which is going to be wrapping up in June and would impact the taxes being collected next year, fiscal year 27. Of note, there are no transfers from operating to the capital budget this year. Staff is confident that the money can be raised through the capital tax and other funding sources such as grants, impact fees, stuff like that. Also some interest revenue. Just trying to get to the bottom piece here. In addition to that $1.4 million of anticipated revenue, we are estimating total capital expenses for fiscal year 27 at $2,946,025. Most of those are equipment purchases, some road investments, paving, maintenance, stuff like that, and also park improvements. We have $2.6 million in revenue anticipating to support that. And capital fund balance providing the remaining $341,000 to support that spending in fiscal year 27. Once again, happy to try to take any questions and comments and provide any feedback that we can as staff.
There's a hand up.
There's a hand up online.
Don.
Don Hill-Fleury.
Don Hill-Fleury.
You. Not sure if I saw this in the last presentation or not, but the highway is looking for 30,000 for a truck, and Parks and Rec is looking for 30,000 for a truck. Did I see that, or was that my imagination?
Don, do you remember where you saw that? We have a number of vehicles in Parks and Rec and in Highway.
They're both $30,000. Greg, one was Highway and one was Parks and Rec, but
We have our finance director coming forward.
Thank you, Dan.
So I think if you look at page 61 in the packet, there's a $30,000 item for parts and vehicle equipment, and there's also a $30,000 item for minor equipment within fire. They're both within the capital equipment group of the budget.
oh, okay, maybe I thought it was under Highway, Dan, so I just was curious if this was the same vehicle that they were gonna share when they purchased it. That was all. But, thank you. I must have misread it.
I don't believe we're looking to share any vehicles. Public Works has their needs and Parks and Rec also has their needs, so it would be two separate vehicles.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I comment on that?
Go ahead.
Or is this still public hearing part? So I just remembered that conversation that vehicle was being split up over a couple of years. It was a 1-ton dump truck, if I remember right.
I would have to look back. I can try and find
Okay, because it is in there for 28. It's 30,000 for 27, 30,000 for 28, and then if you go to the proposed budget, there is also replacement for a 1/2-ton truck for Public Works, which is like the road foreman's truck, and then there's a 3/4-ton pickup. But that $38,000, and maybe I'm wrong on this, Aaron, but that truck's already been purchased, and that's the final payment of that. That was the other truck that we bought, the 3/4-ton, the crew cab that we just got a year ago. Is that not the last payment of that? They've been breaking it up over, like, most of the vehicle replacements I've seen lately in the last couple of years have been multiple years of an increment, although you may be able to purchase the vehicle, unless I'm mixing that up.
So if I'm looking at page 72, it looks like that 3/4-ton pickup has
Yeah.
that $38,000 payment fiscal year 27. It doesn't look like there's anything else after that.
Right, that's the remaining of the purchase we already made. Unless you're getting a 3/4-ton truck for 38,000, but I don't recall that happening. I wish I'd
Yeah.
buy one too. But just something to look into. I think that's the way I remember it, was that we were breaking vehicle payments because of the way that we fixed the replacement schedule, because the vehicles that we replaced, when we lowered it from 10 years to 8 years, there wasn't enough immediate money and we had to break it over a couple of years. That's the way I remembered it, but maybe I'm
Yeah, in general,
misspeaking on
I know within the fire group and some of the public works items that we have
We've
been
done
looking
that.
to spread it out more, to kind of match a more realistic time frame for paying.
Okay.
You know, usually we've been
Yeah.
using 5 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing online.
Hey, going once, going twice. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Shandy. Okay, the motion to close the public hearing for the 2027 capital budget has been made. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda, noting that item D has been moved to make sure this is right now after J, so it is now K. So,
Move to approve consent as amended.
okay. The motion is made,
Second.
seconded by Shannon. Okay, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda is approved. Okay, moving on to our first business item, A, which is interview and possible appointment of a volunteer to serve on the Police Community Advisory Board. And this is Lisa Helm, you are up.
Hi there. Thanks for having me, and just wanted to introduce myself and let you know that I am interested in serving on the Community Police Board, as you may have seen from my application. I worked for 5 years for the Department of Public Safety in the technology area, and at that time really began to see more closely the law enforcement officers and the work they do. And I also have a background in communications and thought that my knowledge of law enforcement and also my communications background would be something that would be useful to the town in serving on this board. And I had wanted to get involved in some kind of a community service, and that this is where I decided to seek to plug in. And I'm happy to answer any questions or whatever you would like to talk about.
Some questions? Shannon?
Hi, Lisa. Thank you so much for volunteering, and I appreciate you joining tonight despite the weather. It's nice that we have these hybrid meetings so we can do that from the comfort of our own home. I'd love to know more about you and specifically why you chose this board. I mean, obviously there's a lot of boards and committees in our community to be a part of, and why did this one draw you to be participating in it?
Well, as one of our speakers noted in the public comment, with the turmoil that's out there in the law enforcement realm, if one considers the federal ICE agents as such, it is something of concern to all citizens. And when we look locally, the Vermont State Police and then our own local law enforcement are where we have an opportunity to interact and understand and have a chance to inform their practices and to support them. And so as I've thought about where I might be able to make a difference or be of help, when I saw this opening, I thought that this would be a meaningful place for me to plug in. I'd have to say, in working at the Department of Public Safety, I saw so many sincere men and women serving in law enforcement, and some of the daily pressures that are on them, the constraints of the laws that prevent them from sharing information that perhaps if the public knew more about it, it could help better help the public better understand what's going on. And in seeing it from that side and some of the struggles they have, I thought with my communication background that I might be a good bridge for our police officers and the public as we think about communication issues or outreach issues, this sort of thing. So that was why I was interested in this one.
Following up on that, have you attended any of the meetings that they've had or seen how they run the meetings?
No, I have read the minutes, but I have not attended a meeting.
Great. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Anybody else?
Well, he stole one of my questions, but another question I got for you is, do you have any specific examples or ideas of any of the research you've done for things that you think need to be changed in Essex?
I would say I don't think I have any ideas for change, but I do think that I would be useful in engaging with our officers in terms of learning more about their challenges in the community as far as um, being able to communicate their mission, their service, how they operate with the public. You know, I think in this time of intense anxiety about how some law enforcement are conducting themselves, that it would be it's a real opportunity for the Essex Police Department to step out and make overtures to be more accessible. Not that they aren't accessible, but to make sure there are those opportunities. I know when I have brought my grandchildren to the Halloween event at Maple Street Park, I enjoyed speaking with the officers there, and that was a wonderful place for them to be a part of the community and have a chance to chat and talk with folks. And so I'm just hoping that I might be a useful sounding board for them on dialogue about those things. But I don't have any particular issue or anything that I have personally noticed about it.
Follow up on that. Are you familiar with all of the outreach and programs that the police department currently does?
Only a small amount.
But there's the National Night Out, and then also the Community Day, and pretty much any sports event, school
Yeah.
art school event. There's a lot of public face with the police department. So there's some really
Yeah.
good stuff to look into there when you're doing your research.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Lisa, I'd like to ask you to talk a little bit about what being a public servant means to you.
Well, I think for myself, I focus more on the term servant. I have benefited from this community, the services from our city and from the state services. And I have volunteered in various other um, organizations and seen how our community works to support the disenfranchised and the and folks from all areas of life. And I think that when you step into a role such as this, it's very important to keep in mind that you are just one of many in the community, and that part of your role is to listen and to be a sounding board for folks that might feel intimidated or do not know how to access or to approach a group such as the police. Not that the police are doing anything wrong or have, but it can be intimidating. And so I think the idea of that sort of servant leader is really important. Leader in the sense of being someone that could be trusted, who could listen, and who could help convey concerns or suggestions or thanks to our various groups.
All right, thank you, Lisa.
Can I ask one more question?
Yep, Ethan?
You threw me off with the city. Are you a part of the town of
Oh, I'm sorry.
Essex?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Okay.
14 Wildwood Drive.
Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. No, when you said city, I was just like,
Part of
I
the
wonder if
city.
she.
No. We're the town. No. I'm a town resident. I live near Dave, actually, here in Pinewood.
And I guess the question I have is, do you have any questions for us?
No, I mean, I don't. I enjoyed reading through everything about the board and learning more about what they do and how they're useful. And in terms of, I still work full time, and as many of us do, and busy lifestyle. And it just seemed like it would fit with what I could contribute and do. So, no, I don't think I have any questions. I assume if you approve my volunteer application, then someone will follow up with me and give me more information on the logistics of everything.
Okay. Well, actually, I have a question. The position has been open for a while, right? We advertised more than 30 days.
We have, yes.
We have.
Yes. And Lisa, we would absolutely follow up if you're appointed with some more details and information.
Yes. So I guess I'll bring it back to the board.
I'd like to make the motion that the select board appoint Lisa Helm to the Police Community Advisory Board.
A second.
There's a motion on the table to appoint her. Shannon has a second. So the motion is to appoint Lisa Helm to the Police Community Advisory Board for a term ending June 30th, 2028. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations, you are appointed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next business item. I believe that is B, the consider approval of the wastewater allocation request for 1 Kana Lane. Did I say that right?
Correct. Yep.
Good evening. Issue before the board tonight is whether to grant a sewer allocation request in the amount of 4 equivalent user units or 800 gallons per day to Kana Associates LLC for an 8-unit building addition. The applicant is requesting this allocation for the proposed 8-unit building addition at 1 Kana Lane. 12-unit building currently exists at 1 Kana Lane. A site plan amendment request was approved by the DRB at the December 4th, 2025 meeting to add 8 more units to this existing building. The total sewer allocation required for the proposed 8-unit building is 800 GPD or 4 EUs. This parcel currently has 1,200 GPD of purchase sewer allocation. Because the sewer allocation request is more than 125% per our ordinance, they requires select board approval for this additional allocation. Staff recommends approving the additional 800 GPD with a couple conditions that we do have there in your memo.
Okay, any questions? Shannon?
This property in particular has come up to the select board in public comment a number of times, as well as, from various members of the community about issues of stormwater violations, of construction violations. Have those been resolved? I guess that's my question.
To my knowledge, they have. The Development Review Board has reviewed it with the information they've had, and they've approved it. So it's gone through the DRB process, which handles any violation, zoning concerns, stuff like that. The select board discussion tonight is really about, do we have the wastewater capacity to grant to it? Staff's recommendation is we do. So I do trust in the Development Review Board process that they've met the conditions they have to meet on that side of things.
Okay.
Okay, so typically we might take public comment on an item like this. Is there any public comment on this particular item? Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. What is your pleasure? Andy?
I make the motion that the select board grant the applicant Kana Associates LLC 4 EUs 800 GPD of additional sewer allocation for the proposed 8-unit building addition at 1 Kana Lane with the following conditions. 1, the applicant will be required to purchase the approved sewer allocation prior to issuance of the building permit. And 2, the applicant's engineer shall verify that the existing 6-inch sewer service line has the capacity to handle the additional 8 units.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ethan has seconded it. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Allocation has been approved. Okay, our next business item is presentation of the fiscal year 2025 financial audit. This should be a big one. Welcome.
Hello. Greg, how's it going?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you, Bill?
Not bad at all.
Everyone, this is Bill Kaiser. You've met him before, and from Cattell, Brannigan, and Sargent, which has completed our audit again this year.
Yes. Thank you very much, Greg. Like Greg said, my name is Bill Kaiser. I'm a partner at Cattell, Brannigan, and Sargent up in St. Albans. We've prepared the Town of Essex audit for the last number of years now. We performed field work for the audit for the year ended June 30, 2025, this year in September, which was earlier than probably the past many years, and especially the earliest since Dan has taken over. And overall, we issued an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion on the audit and the single audit. There was another single audit in 2025. This year, the grant program that was tested and considered major was the CDBG funds that were passed through the Champlain Housing Trust. Last year, it was the ARPA program. Those funds are now fully expended. There's $229,000 of ARPA funds on the single audit this year, and that will not be part of the 2026 single audit if there is one. The threshold also is going up from $750,000 of federal expenditures to $1 million. So there is a chance that the town will not have a single audit unless another big federal grant comes along with spending. I know there is one construction grant out there right now, but other than that, everything historically has been pretty consistent for the town, so you may very well be under. One thing I do want to note, the reports for the single audit in the back do specify that the town was not a low-risk single audit this year. I think we went over this last year as well. That doesn't mean that the town is a high risk. It's just that there hasn't been 2 consecutive years of single audits until 2025. So we're required to test more of the federal awards, 40% of the total federal expenditures versus 20% had the town been qualified as low risk. So that's all that means. Another piece of the single audit is extensive internal control testing that we're required to do above and beyond what's required for a general financial statement audit. There were no issues in the town's internal controls as we were going through all of the testing, invoices, and documentation. We also performed walkthroughs of the procedures in place for the town. And there were no deviations from those procedures documented compared to what we were finding in our audit testing. Overall, like I had mentioned, the timeliness of the field work, the staff at the town, Dan and Maddie specifically, were very well prepared for the 2025 audit. Overall, it was a very clean audit, which is, for a municipality, it goes a long way. The only journal entries really that we posted, certainly none of which were material that we came across to have a concern over, but many of them anyway were proposed by Dan and Maddie and the rest of the finance team. What happens is we get the trial balance maybe a week or two before we even show up for the audit so we can wrap up our planning. And in the meantime, they're still preparing some of the work papers. And if they come across something, they send us the journal entries. Send everything in the form of a journal entry rather than new documentation that we would have to go back through. So that was the majority of the changes that were made from the start of the audit on. And there were very few, like I said, entries that we would have proposed throughout the course of our field work. Getting into the financial statements, the format is consistent with prior years, beginning with the MD&A, the management discussion and analysis. Because the financial statements are single year, the MD&A provides a nice overview year over year of the town financials, specifically 2024 and 2025 in this year's report. It also gives highlights of the town's financial position as well as future expectations of what the town is working towards, so that you may find future projects that are anticipated, potential discussion on the new lot for the municipal complex, items of that nature. The next section of the financials is government-wide financial statements. These are reported on both the general fund as well as the water, sewer, and recreation funds, and they're more similar to the accrual basis financial statement, how you would see a business operating. You'll see they're still the town is maintaining very significant cash balances, which is consistent with prior years. At June 30, 2025, the town had cash balances of over $13 million. The net investment in capital assets, which is the equity in assets and infrastructure for the town that aren't available for spending, is $35 million in total. This balance reflects the town's investment in its capital assets and infrastructure, net of related debt. Restricted net assets are made up mainly of funds received from the state for reappraisal. That amount is $715,000, and the remainder of the restrictions is police donations of around $50,000 and opioid settlement funds making up the rest. I think that's around $30,000. The next section of financials is the fund financial statements, more on the modified accrual of accounting. This is made up of the general fund as well as the capital projects fund, and the general fund is reported more similar on how the budget is voted each year, and what it gives a short-term overview of what the financial resources available to the town are. Overall, in the general fund for the year ended June 30, 2025, there was a decrease in fund balance of $159,000, while there was a $398,000 deficit that was actually budgeted for. The receivables are made up of the delinquent taxes. These are net with $141,000 unavailable for 60-day collections. The majority of the receivables in the general fund are related to the delinquent taxes and then related penalties and interest. The town is required to reserve for anything that's not collected 60 days after year end, so that's what that $141,000 is a result of. Last year, that number was $190,000, and it's also important to mention that that reserve isn't really a reflection of what's not going to be collected. It's just the change in what was collected over 60 days, over the first 60 days of the year. So with the ability for a town to go to property tax sale, usually a municipality wouldn't allow for or write off a delinquent tax receivable. It's more likely than not that those amounts would be collected over time. That being said, the town does have an allowance for doubtful accounts of around $40,000 this year. That is to cover the potential for not collecting delinquent taxes. The town does have a fund balance policy consistent with prior years, stating that the unassigned fund balance should not exceed 15% of the 2026 budgeted expenditures. And currently the town has assigned everything in excess of this threshold, resulting in an unassigned fund balance of $2,454,000. A detail of what makes up the 2025 assignments is on page 29 of the financial statements. The fund balance paints the true picture of the prior surplus that's available to be used for future years and is available as a tool to help offset future property taxes. The majority of the funding available in the Capital Projects Fund has already been assigned and is available for future projects, and a detail of those projects is on page 30 in the footnotes. The proprietary funds are the Water and Sewer Fund as well as the Recreation Fund for the town. These are business funds and they're meant to be self-sustaining, where rates are built in to fill the anticipated expenditures. And the users pay these rates based on their usage. The Water and Sewer Fund reported a loss in fiscal year 2025 of $125,000, and the Recreation Fund had an increase of $2,000 in fund balance for the year. Again, these funds are reported more similar to a business entity, so they're on the accrual basis of accounting. And the cash flow statement gives an idea of the cash funding and fluctuations during the year from operations compared to the financing and reductions due to capital expenditures. The footnotes year over year are pretty consistent, but they give a more broad, in-depth look at what's going on in the financial statements and descriptions of contracts in place with that the town has, as well as in changes in debt service year over year, as well as capital investments for for capital expenditures. There is one change to the footnotes this year due to a GASB accounting change. It's referred to as GASB 101. So for compensated absences, you'll see a new chart that wasn't in prior year financial statements showing the year-over-year changes in the employees' compensated balances between the water sewer fund as well as the recreation fund and general fund. The way that everything worked out for the town, when there's an accounting change, typically you're required to look at what the impact on previous years was and do a prior period adjustment, is what we call it in accounting. The changes overall were very minimal for the town, so it did not impact the prior year financial statements. During field work, I met with Greg, and Dan and I discussed the potential impact that it could have had if it went back, reducing fund balances available, but that was not the case this year. Lastly, included as supplementary information is the schedule that shows the 2025 budget to actual performance for the town. This is typically very useful information and gives the reader of the financial statements a good idea of how the town performed, actually performed based on what was originally budgeted for. And reading through for the town, everything was pretty much right in line for fiscal year 2025. And then the following reports after that are the single audit reports that I had mentioned in the beginning of my presentation. But that is all I have, but I'd like to open it up for questions.
Sure, I'll go. You mentioned that there's a comparison of what's budgeted to actuals.
Yep.
And I think it's saying that we overspent on.
So it says your expenditures were overspent. However, in the footnotes, that number is highlighted, but it was raised by additional resources. So you budgeted, for example, for $12.5 million of revenue, and $13 million actually came in. Likewise, you budgeted for expenditures of 15.6, and that was actually on par. It was $50,000 over expended. The difference is made up in the transfers, where $2.6 million was additionally expended compared to 2.2.
Okay, so what I'm trying to, when we have money left over,
yes,
we need to decide what to do with it if it's beyond the 15% that we hold. And I'm trying to understand whether this is in one of the ways we try to there's some effort to try to prevent having money left over.
Okay. So this year you ate into your fund balance by $158,000.
Right.
So setting the budget thought aside, the actual reduction in fund balance for the year was like that roughly $160,000 that your overall net position or fund balance went down.
Right. And so what I'm trying to understand here is one of the ways that we try to reduce future potential fund balance is to reduce our budget. Or not increase it as much, I guess, is the right way to say that. Is but this is telling me that we overspent the budget in 2025, yet we still ended up with fund balance.
Yes, because that fund balance was built over the years. So you've got the fund balance of
Okay, so it's, okay,
Yep.
okay, I get, okay.
Yeah,
I see.
so-
I see.
Yeah, so if you're going, one way to work with your budget is to under budget like budget less than what your anticipated expenditures are essentially. So budget for a deficit, and that'll eat into your prior year fund balance, and the fund balance won't grow.
Okay,
I don't believe the town does that. I was talking to Dan about that, and you don't really budget for a deficit. Instead, you have the minimum fund balance policy of the 15%, which forces you to assign to specific projects.
Right.
So by assigning to a project, so if Public Works wants to buy a $50,000 truck, instead of budgeting for those revenues, you assign prior year fund balance for that truck and don't have to raise the tax revenues.
then it
for
becomes
that.
an expenditure and it looks like we've overspent.
Exactly,
Because we've
yes.
using money from
Yep.
from prior years. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, all right, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah,
So I just got a quick question, a little clarification here. So I'm on your page 30, and I had caught it up in the fund overview of the balance there when we're talking about the fund balance. So the 30%, let's call it 30%, it's 2981 of the 4 million number that you put in there, right? I can scroll back to it, but I don't want to lose my chart here. Oh, sorry. It is summaries for, should have kept it financial. It was the summary for the fund balance.
Yeah, so
Is the start of it.
But
It's
note 14.
14.
Page
14?
29 and 30.
No, I got the graph. I'm talking about your summary in the beginning. Fund balance. It was like net position. Sorry, I had it and then I scrolled down to the. Apologies. If anybody else wants to jump in, I can refine this.
Ethan, is that page 28, note 14, fund balance is net position?
Does it say something about 30%, 4.6 million? I think it's in the summary up at the top. Fund something.
Are you possibly referencing something in the MD&A?
Hold on one second. I'll get back to it here.
In that.
General fund. It's easy to get lost in this when you're scrolling. Overview of financial statements. Okay, we're on page, it's on a page, just the first segment of papers that don't have numbers.
Yes.
Okay, so we're in, right here. Fund highlights. Fund highlights.
Yep.
Got me there. Financial highlights. Fund highlights talks about the end of the current fiscal year, unrestricted fund balance. The total of the committed, assigned, and unassigned components of the fund balance for the general fund was $4.7 million, $37,613.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, approximately 29.34%, almost 30%.
Yes.
Okay, now when you go back to page 30, let's keep that number in our mind there. We go to page 30, and we look at a list of capital projects fund assigned for.
Yep.
Okay.
That number, not related. So
How
4.7
Yeah.
is the general fund. The 3.496 is for the capital projects fund. So if you go to, if you go to page 3.
Page 3.
Page 3 of the financial statement. So not of the PDF document, but
The numbered
yeah,
ones?
Yep.
Okay.
See, there's two columns there. One's for the general fund, one's for capital projects fund.
Okay.
So the 3.496 that you're looking at, the detailed breakout with the assigned projects, is assigned right here. The 4 million whereas the numbers
Right, but there's no actual project. Those are just categories. Those aren't actually projects. So that money
Yeah.
that's being held is 30% of the budget for this year that the town has in its possession. That's not actually allocated to a project. It's put into the capital fund,
Yep.
but it is fund balance that is collected as fund balance and stored in the capital fund, and it's 30% of the budget. Am I misunderstanding that
I
part?
don't think it's 30%.
29.34% is what you put in your report.
29.34%. That's the general fund, so it's completely different. So the 3 point again,
The
you're looking at
general
the
fund,
you're looking
okay.
at the capital projects fund.
But it's right here in your graph that you just directed me to. It shows the 2.2 million that's assigned, and then right next to it shows the 3.4. Is that
Yeah.
not from prior years fund balance?
It's all from prior years.
Okay, that's my question.
Yeah.
That's my question.
Yep. Okay. Yes.
So
it's all
we're
from
so we're
prior-
relabeling it as capital and storing that money in the capital.
in the 3.5 is being stored in the capital fund and assigned to future
Okay.
projects. Yep.
And that 2.282 is our current 15%.
Nope. The 2.454 is the current 15%.
Okay, so on top of that, the 2.282.
The 2.28 is what you assign to certain things in
From last
more
year.
so page 29.
Page
to get
29.
to that 15%.
Okay,
Yep.
that's the page I was on. Okay. So 29, let me go to 29 here so I'm making sure I get a full understanding of this. Hold on a second, I'm going too fast. 28, 29. Okay.
So
I know, but your description for capital projects fund on the total, it says total assigned fund balance 3.496 million.
Yep.
So it's fund balance or is it capital?
It's fund balance
Okay.
for future capital projects.
Thank you.
It's the same thing.
That was my question.
Okay.
Because that makes it 29.34% of the current operating budget that the town is holding of fund balance per this audit. I understand that the current fund balance that the town has
Yep.
from this last year is the 2.82 that got assigned, and then
Yeah.
the town has that remaining 2.246
Okay.
that's not unassigned, right?
Yep.
But I just wanted to understand that that was all created from the fund
It's from
balance.
prior
and
years,
and this
yep.
is what's keeping track of how much is being created from that fund balance, which looks to be about $7 million, actually almost $8 million from the fund balance from previous audits showing.
It's if you're going to include the 3.49, it's 9.5 million.
$9.5 million. Okay,
Nine,
thank you.
yeah.
That was my question.
Yep.
Andy?
So I'm not sure I'm following that discussion because I think a lot of this capital, the stuff that's in capital came from our capital tax, came from our
And approved transfers in the capital.
transfers in our budget. This is not just leftover money that we threw into,
So why does it say total assigned fund balance? at the bottom?
because all of capital is fund balance.
Yeah.
It's not the same fund balance that we talk about and that's leftover money from the prior year is one form of fund
So-
balance. But everything that we collect for future use is also fund balance. And that's all the capital tax, all goes into, it's called, from an accounting standpoint, it's called fund balance.
Ethan, I'm looking at the
There's
fund highlights on page 3 that you, or sorry, it's not on the page number, the fund highlights that I think you were referencing, the 4,737,000.
Yeah.
And Bill, keep me honest here, but when we go down to that page 3, that's the assigned and unassigned
In the
general fund balance adds up to that 4.73 million.
Yes.
So that 29% number that's in that first paragraph, that includes the 15% unassigned, plus almost another 15% that has been assigned for
Correct.
everything from,
Yep. And like I said, it has nothing to do with that 3.5 million.
it's separate from the.
It's separate.
It also has nothing to do with the capital tax. That money was created from
3.5
general fund
is
fund
part of
balance.
the capital tax. Yep.
The 3.7 that's in capital is a combination of capital tax and any transfers that have come from the general fund into capital.
Via fund balance.
Yes, but it
Okay.
also includes the capital tax, that money is set aside for future capital spending.
But do you have a breakdown in here from the capital tax revenue?
So that would be on page 20. Well, let me get the right page. I'm looking-
Page 5, $483,000
Which
in
represents-
property taxes was raised for capital.
Okay.
as
And
part of
that and that money is included in that 3.4 million?
from any surpluses, yes.
Any surpluses,
Yeah.
which would be a fund balance.
So this year there was a $111,000 surplus in that capital projects fund, which is building that 3.5 million. So it's
Okay.
3.4 last year, now it's 3.5.
Okay.
With the property taxes that were raised specifically with the capital tax, plus transfers in and out, transfers from the general fund into the capital projects fund, as well as various grant revenues.
So you would know where all of that 3.4 million generated from
Yes.
over previous audits.
Over previous audits, yes.
And the only way it would grow by any from the from the
Is
capital tax was if it was under expense
for surplus.
for that year,
Yep.
which doesn't frequently happen. Usually it's over expensed, but
If I can, I would say it's not always under expense, because sometimes we have to save the
depends.
money.
Yep.
for the next year to buy a
year
truck,
that-
yeah, I get all that.
Spend it, yeah.
Okay.
There's some years where we do spend more because we've built it up, and we have those big purchases come in that are gonna lower the balance, but other years we're building up to get to that point.
Agreed.
So-
I just wanted to bring a little clarity to it, and the fact that there's $9.5 million in the town's hand currently, and a lot of it derived from the fund balance that the town has created by, to your point
Yeah.
earlier, not meeting a level budget when you create that fund balance every year.
Yep.
There's a
Which
you have
I
to
would
put it
consider
somewhere
that
to
healthy.
scrap.
I wouldn't look at that
It's healthy.
as negative, but that's it's extremely
for the
healthy.
people paying the
And
taxes.
the other thing to look at is you have the cash. I mean, it's one thing to have a strong fund balance, but if you don't have the cash, you have to go out and finance to spend that fund balance. The town has both the cash to fund the projects that it's assigned for, so you don't have to go out and get debt for those assigned. Obviously, if you don't have the fund balance and you don't have the cash, there's going to be debt needs. But right now, for what's been assigned, you have the cash to fund that.
And to that point, though, don't you see that the town finances a lot of their larger purchases, which results in interest spending?
Through cash, I mean, I think a lot of the capital expenditures are funded not through debt, but through
Through cash
cash flow.
purchase.
And it's responsible to get debt for various infrastructure projects eventually, especially when bonds or grants are available. Not just debt, but grant funding, and the town has done a responsible job of doing that when available as well.
Okay. Perfect. Those are my questions.
Would you say Essex is in a good position compared to our debt?
Absolutely,
a lot of
yes.
communities?
I would say with the way some of the state is going through large property tax increases, one of the more responsible approaches that Essex has taken, more so on the water sewer fund outside of the general fund, is annual rate increases versus, I mean, there were a lot of municipalities, and you hear it in the news. I mean, from 2010 to 2020, nobody had a water and sewer rate increase. And then all of a sudden inflation hits and they're looking at 20% increases year over year for the last 3 years. And it kind of makes a mess for select boards and councils, with people fighting those rate increases when they are actually needed because the costs have increased more substantially over the last 3 years. And Essex has taken an approach over the last 15 years to regularly increase the rates versus having to deal with that one-time 20% increase. So.
Very good. Any other questions? It's great to have a good audit. Actually, we'll go to public comment.
That's not for you, Dan. Hi, Ken Signorello. Thanks for being here. You mentioned that you're involved in audits for many municipalities. So I just have one simple question. I'm kind of curious. How common is it for a municipality to fund its capital through a separate capital tax versus general fund transfers?
I think this is the only one I see really do it through a capital tax. I believe the city does as well. But either way, you've got to get the funding in. You've got to get the funding into the capital projects fund, whether it be through a specific capital tax rate or through the general fund tax.
Totally understand the
through a
money's got to come
transfer,
from somewhere.
Yeah.
It's just that I'm kind of curious as that funding alternative, because it basically takes a tax rate for a municipal taxes, looks less than it actually is because you have a separate capital tax. So it's sort of a way to have a bit of a two smaller things that add together to be one thing feel smaller to the taxpayer. You know, it just doesn't feel good to me as a way to go. But appreciate knowing about other municipalities. Thanks. Probably Essex Junction was doing it because they were part of our town and they kind of learned it from us.
Possibly.
Thanks. Dan, you want to get back?
So what do we need for the audit? Just approve it?
I think it's already finalized, so no approval, just strictly a presentation.
So we're good?
We're all set.
All right.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is the presentation of Green Mountain Transit proposed budget for fiscal year 2027 and discussion of those services.
Good evening, everybody.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me back, and thanks for your support earlier in supporting changes that we had asked for our ADA assessment. And so, if you looked at the read ahead, you know that I have a somber presentation to you all. And as I usually try to do, I'm going to get through my prepared remarks so that we can get to having a conversation. So thinking about fiscal year 27 overall, EMP's urban-only budget this fiscal year 27 will be an urban-only transit agency again. And our overall budget is a little over $20 million, and we are forecasting with our initial budget that the Board of Commissioners approved last week a budget with an $840,000 loss. One of the things that makes GMT's operation a little challenging is that we have to, by law, set a budget by February 15th, but we don't know what funding we'll receive from the state until after the state grant application process, which means that usually we find out in the middle of June what our budget for fiscal year 27 will be. That starts in just a few weeks from then. And so our budget is based on our best guesses of what our budget will be. The governor had his budget out last week, and we are confirming with VTrans what that will likely look like. And I'm happy to report that it looks like we're not going to have any surprises downward, and potentially a little bit of a surprise upward that will help us with that $840,000 gap. Looking at the town of Essex, for fiscal year 27, you're just under $95,000, which is a 6.9% increase from the year before. When you look at the breakout of that, something that makes the town of Essex somewhat unique is that you're the only one of our members whose ADA costs exceed the fixed route costs. And so your assessment is 42% the cost of the fixed route service, 57% is the ADA paratransit, and then the 1% is your capital contribution. Looking further ahead to fiscal year 28, we are anticipating losses of over $2 million. People may have seen in the news that the state's transportation fund, which is the primary source of our state funding, both for state dollars and the flexing of federal dollars, has a significant hole in it. VTrans has already had a reduction in staff. They're talking about another reduction in staff. And so the transportation fund is, being taxed more than its revenue. And so that's going to make fiscal year 28 very difficult, and that we are projecting a loss of over $2 million. Some of that is because the administration has flexed us some federal carbon reduction funds from a program that will end in fiscal year 27. And so for fiscal year 26, and we're expecting for fiscal year 27, getting over $700,000 in carbon reduction funds, which will no longer be available in 28. All of this puts us in the familiar spot, unfortunately, which is that for over 10 years, the service that we operate in the town of Essex has been on the underperforming portion of our service in the route performance report that we get each year. This is sort of the report card that VTrans uses. And so for 10 consecutive years, we've had the service in the town of Essex has been financially non-performing, and it's harder and harder for us to justify continuing it. We had made changes to the 10 last year, creating a new number 4 circulator, in the hopes that a circulator just within the town and the city would help boost ridership, but we have not seen that. And so we expect that the route will continue to be underperforming. And one of the things that's been very clear from VTransit's perspective to all of the transit agencies is that they're just not going to continue to fund underperforming routes. And so what that means is that I do see the town of Essex's service in high jeopardy. I think that without some additional revenue, whether a fixed revenue source that would be devoted to public transit or an increased commitment from the state and providing additional funds, unless we see that coming out of this legislative session, I think that it's highly likely that the service will be discontinued sometime in fiscal year 27. The worst case scenario, if we hear clearly from both the administration and the legislature that, look, there's just not going to be any money at all for fiscal year 28 more than what we're currently giving you, then we may be looking at trying to act earlier, just to be able to preserve funds by reducing service earlier than we expected. So there could be the possibility, I would say the worst case scenario would be having the service reduced in August of 2026. One of the things that I want to make sure that that you all know is that I'm not going to hold you to an assessment that zeroes out your service. And so if this were to happen, we will prorate your assessment appropriately. There was a question that Greg was kind enough to forward along today from one of the members about how this would impact ADA. And so the ADA is attached to the fixed route. So if the fixed route goes away, then the ADA service goes away. And so that means that savings-wise for you, you would not be paying for fixed route or ADA. Of course, the challenge then is, what are those folks who have become dependent on ADA service going to use for transportation? What I can tell you is that there is another program that may be helpful called the Older and Disabled Persons Program. But if you've been following the news, there's been some difficulty with that program with funding as well. And then specifically here in Chittenden County, we are trying to balance competing needs with that program. And what I would say is that my guess is that by fiscal year 27, that program is really going to be focusing on folks who have critical care needs, such as dialysis, chemotherapy, folks that are going to adult day, and folks who are going to probably food access. I'm not sure that there will be a whole lot beyond that in that program there, but that would at least provide assistance for some of the folks that may be impacted. Also, the non-emergency medical transportation program that essentially is Medicaid that SSTA operates will still continue to be operational. So those two services would be available to serve the town of Essex. The last time I was here, we saw a really good study that CATMA had done about the Saxon Hill businesses and the need to get better transit options for them. And I do think that next steps as van pools or carpools is a great next step. I do know that I really don't envision, unless our financials were just to change tremendously, which could happen, and I'll get into that in a moment. I just don't see us being in a position to expand fixed route service in the town of Essex at this time. So getting into the federal uncertainty, the federal government funds public transit through a surface transportation bill. The current one that we have was a 5-year bill, and it expires in September of 2026. One of the things that we know about that bill is that it will no longer have, whatever comes to replace the current bill. We know that it's not going to have low or no emission program. That's the program that we use to purchase electric battery buses. Fortunately, we're in a situation where we've already received funding for the infrastructure necessary for the buses, so that we won't be left in a lurch as far as continuing on with that. Although I'll say, if we want to discuss this, we are having issues with our electric battery buses. The thing that is really challenging for me is that within Congress and within the new administration, there's voices that are advocating for having the federal government zero out public transit funding and just get out of that business. That was something from Project 2025 that was a recommendation. And but then there's also voices within Congress that want to see more funding going to smaller transit agencies, and so that there would be a shift of federal funding away, say, from large metropolitan public transit agencies to smaller city and rural transit. And so if that were to be the case, then we may get more funding from the federal government than we've ever received. And so when I look into a future 12 months from now, I can imagine a scenario where we're trying to figure out how to operate with either no or very little federal dollars. And I can imagine a situation where we have, more federal dollars than we've ever had before, at least for transit. And so it's making it very hard for us to predict, what things are going to look like. And then the last thing I want to mention is that we did create in 2025 an affiliated nonprofit. The Board of Commissioners is working towards a vision for how we use that. And what I can say is that I think that the vision is going to be focusing on critical transit that doesn't involve a large city bus. And so right now in our urban area, we have one transit solution. It's a 35 or 40-foot city bus that has to operate on a fixed route with a set timetable, and that's a super efficient way to move a lot of people between densely populated areas. It's not a great way to move people through sparsely populated areas. And so I think that the direction that I see for the foundation and association is working to create smaller, more flexible transit options, things that we had learned when we were operating rural transit, so that we can have more than just a one-size-fits-all approach. And I really think that that will be beneficial for the town of Essex, once we are able to get that up and running, because I think that the type of service that will be that the nonprofit will be focused on will be very much right-sized for the community, and we will be able to build it from the beginning to be right-sized for the community. So this is the thing with the nonprofit, though, is that I have a pretty good idea of what it should be doing 5 years from now. It's just the question of how do we get to that and getting it up and running, and whether we are able to get it up and running before going over the potential fiscal year 28 fiscal cliff. And so I wish that I had more cheerful news. I don't like coming to my home community and telling you all that I think that we may be ending our bus service. If we do come to that, one of the things that we've talked in the past before is like perhaps expanding the number 2 so that at least it goes to the Essex Experience, so that there would be some sort of ability to get to that area. But really it's hard to predict at the moment. And so with that, what do you all want to talk about?
Go ahead, Ethan.
So, thank you, first of all.
Yep.
Just know this is hard. But my question for you is, when it says GMT will not hold us to an assessment, is that a you decision, or is that the board decision? Is that written anywhere? Is there...
So I can tell you that I think from a legal perspective, we could hold you to it.
Okay. That's what my understanding was, too.
Yep. But I think that having the treasurer in your pocket, or not in your pocket, but in your town, is probably going to be helpful there. And I really can't imagine the Board of Commissioners having any type of feeling good about themselves for charging people for something that we're not providing.
And then my second question for you is, can you remind me of the notification date for the 1 year notice?
Yes. So if you did want to leave membership, it takes effect the following fiscal year. So if you were to vote tonight to depart while you're in fiscal year 26, then at the beginning of fiscal year 28 is when it would be effective.
Okay. When does your year start again? Is it July?
July 1st.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah. And I will say that, the biggest threat to the town of Essex is getting an assessment for service you're not receiving.
Right.
And so
will you still let us rescind our decision if you decide to keep serving? Remember we talked about that before. Was that we would make a vote and then we decided not to because the service is going to continue. And I'm not saying no action can be on this tonight. It's just a hearing of information. But my point being, and there's going to be a new board elected here shortly, is that this is an option of protection.
Yes.
And if we decide, I just wanted everybody to hear this, but if we decide to leave, give notice by July 1st for the following fiscal year.
Yes.
And then if a miracle happens, you would happily allow us to rescind that decision to leave.
Yes.
So I just wanted to...
Yep.
I hate to bring that up, but we've talked about it before, and it's been an open relationship, and I think it's healthy, and it's.
And I think that you're doing your due diligence in asking. I think that to me, one of the key things is what Councilor Watts asked the last time I was here, as far as the ADA discount, so that because you can leave. The membership, and we can still provide you service, sort of like Colchester does, but then that's you're probably going to be paying different rates,
right?
And so, but one of the things that you're going to find for me and our board is a willingness to work with you on what makes sense, for the community here.
Because I think the notice has to be given by June 30.
June 30. Yep.
I believe that's good.
Yep.
Shannon, you all set?
Are you all set?
I'm good. Thank you, Clayton.
Again, as Ethan said, thank you. It's not fun to deliver tough news, but the rainbow suspenders help, so appreciate that. I had two questions. One was, You were mentioning, you're using a couple of terms, obviously elimination of services is easy to know what that means.
Yep.
But you kept referencing kind of reduction or reduced routes. How can they get more reduced than what you're already doing?
I would say that in all likelihood it would be elimination of the number 4. And so that would be an elimination of the town of Essex, only service at the moment. Yep.
So that would be the next step before.
I think, yeah, because unless we were looking at hey, we analyze the data and you know what, like the hour before school starts and the hour after school starts, those runs are actually, worthwhile, then that would be a reduction. But my understanding is that from the data that we've gotten so far, that there's not really any particular runs that are strongly performing, that they're all kind of behind.
So the numbers are what I'd like to talk about next. Where are we presently with ridership numbers, and where do we need to be to consider it a healthy route?
Right. So the previous, how do I want to answer this? So the way the route performance report works is that it's a cost per passenger. And this route has been in the, over $10 per rider for our costs for the entire time that I've been here. Really, for us to see it successful, we would need to have it below $10. Our average cost is $7.48 per ride, and then on our most efficient routes, it's can be $4 and change, like or just under $5, for the cost per ride. And so, in order for us to not be on the bad chart for VTrans, I think that it's around like $9 in that area. But I can get back with what the exact number is for that.
I'd be curious to see that. Where do we rank? Are there routes that are worse than us, or are we?
In our urban area, you're the worst, unfortunately. Okay. And you've sort of always been our worst, and which it's but it's when last year when we cut all of the other non-performing routes, now you stand out,
sure.
Like before you were in a forest of some bad service, and now you're like, ooh, you're the only one.
You send them a copy of that chart so they can see it laid out.
Yeah, and
if you could, you've sent many documents in the past. I'd just love to see an updated version of that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep. And I do want to, the chart that I'll send you is for fiscal year 25. So it's actually based on the old number 10. But I can tell you that the numbers of folks that were moving is lower, which, I mean, we knew that 30% of the folks were taking the number 10 to get to Williston. Our hope is that 30% would be added, by more people using it in Essex. And with that not happening, we just know that next year's numbers are actually going to be, even worse.
Okay.
Yep.
Some people won't like me asking this question, but the state of Vermont came to us asking us to change some zoning to allow a correctional facility.
Yep.
And that request was rejected by our planning commission, partly based on the uncertainty about public transit.
Okay.
So I guess my question is there any leverage or any discussion you can have with the state about making the uncertainty of public transit go away?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like the people that run the two transportation committees, which are Representative Matt Walker in the House and Rich Westman in the Senate. They're both Republicans who are representing rural districts, And I say that only because both of them have expressed the need to have a new revenue source for public transit. And so they're sort of speaking against their party's position, and certainly the governor's, position of no new revenue sources. So I feel like the folks there understand that this is needed. And I know that they're talking about potentially having something that I'm sure will not be very popular, a potential new gas or diesel tax that would support the transportation fund, or potentially even, transit directly. And so I think the fact that the committee chairs are exploring this and publicly talking about it is something that I haven't seen in my 3 years before. And I see that as very positive, but I just don't know how it's going to get through the likely veto. And so I think that this may be something that, if the town wanted to provide feedback to, I think perhaps the administration is where it's most needed.
But I guess my point is, should they talk to institutions?
I think that they probably should. One of the things I was exceptionally happy about this past week is that the Senate Transportation Committee had a joint hearing with the Senate Health and Welfare Committee to talk about the impact on transit to healthcare. And this is the first time I've seen where you have committees that are impacted by public transit joining the Transportation Committee, because what I've noticed is that there's often a disconnect between the Transportation Committee, which is, trying to figure out how to stretch the T-fund dollars as far as possible, and then what the committees in economic development and institutions for corrections, healthcare, and human services, those are the committees that have to deal with what happens when there's not, reliable transportation for a workforce, or transportation to healthcare. And so what I often find is that the people that are most supportive of public transit are the folks who are on those other committees.
Right. Okay.
And so getting them excited in transit's been, I think, is going to hopefully be helpful.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad to see it's a wider thing than what I suggested. Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
What else we got?
I guess the only thing I'm interested in is the potential of your increased federal funding for small and competitive public transit. There's no way that you folks could figure out a way to transition to that within that short time frame versus longer time frame?
Well, what I'm hoping is that if the surface transportation bill increases the awards for competitive agencies, then that will be extremely good for Green Mountain Transit. So there are 6 measurements that the federal government uses to measure transit efficiency for small transit agencies. We hit 4 of those 6 performance awards, and that brings in a little over $2 million a year in extra funding because of that. And so there was some discussion about potentially even doubling the amount provided for those competitive awards. So that could be an extra $2 million just from the competitive awards themselves. Then if we did see an overall increase in than our standard appropriation from the federal government. And so right now, it's a formula based on our census data that shows here's the number of people that live in our urban zone, UZA. I can't remember what the acronym stands for. But it's just based on the number of people that are in our UZA, and we get a set appropriation from them for that, where there's no competition, there's no grant to write, it's just based on the population. And so if the new surface transportation bill were to prioritize smaller transit, then we could just see that we're getting more dollars per person that lives in our area, and then that could be helpful. And so the September of 2026 is when that's going to expire. Hopefully, we'll know before it expires. But we also may go beyond September 26 with a continuing resolution at the current levels, or hopefully not a gap, because if there's a gap, that could be a real problem.
Well, thank you. Open it up for public comment. Any public comment? Any online?
Nothing online.
I hope the rest of your meeting is more joyful.
Well, thank you for the update. Lots of information to think about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is actually consider approval of the fiscal year 2027 municipal operating budget. What is the board's wish?
Public comment?
Well, that's what the public hearing was.
We had a public hearing.
Move the question.
Is there a motion?
That was a motion. I move the question. The select board approve the final adoption of the future year 27 municipal operating budget.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Andy. Okay, we have a motion on the table to approve the budget as presented. All those,
Can I just for the point of clarity, that's for the $17,189,166 budget that was approved on the 5th and discussed earlier tonight.
agreed. So, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
And one nay. Motion carries 3-1. Okay, our next item is consider approval of the fiscal year 2027 capital budget and 5-year plan. What's the board's wish with that?
I'm buffering, sorry.
I make the motion that the select board approve final adoption of the fiscal year 2027 town capital budget plan of $2,946,025 and the associated 5-year capital plan.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Excellent. Our next business item is consider approval of the town meeting ballot questions regarding 80 and 90 Upper Main Street, the new municipal complex.
So some minor changes to what you saw at the last meeting. Hopefully it's captured what was discussed at that last meeting. Basically, swapping the order of questions 1 and 2. So question 1 is now would be the more general. Shall the voters of Essex Town advise the Select Board to continue overall progress on implementing the new municipal complex at 8090 Upper Main Street, for which the Select Board adopted a conceptual master plan in March 2025, that being an advisory vote. Excuse me. The second question is the more specific. Shall the voters of Essex Town advise the Select Board to complete public infrastructure design at 8090 Upper Main Street that was purchased in 2023 to serve a new municipal complex and for which the Select Board adopted a conceptual master plan in March 2025 under the following conditions. This would also be an advisory vote. The conditions being: number 1, only the following funding sources are eligible to cover town costs: capital funds, impact fees, $500,000 in eligible grant funding and any other grant awards, donations, reserve funds, approved fund balance assignments, and or local option tax revenue, should any local option taxes be approved by voters. Condition number 2, construction of any portion of the new municipal complex project shall not occur without future voter input. And condition 3, costs for this infrastructure design phase of work, currently estimated at $1.5 million, do not exceed $2 million to come from the sources listed above. I believe that captures what we had discussed, but if not, please let us know, and otherwise I'll turn it over to the board to figure out how do you want to move forward with those questions.
Comments?
I'm happy if you're happy.
Wow. Looks good, I would say. Can we open up for public comment? Any public comment? Yes, sir.
My name is Robert LaLanza. I live on West Sleepy Hollow Road. This piecemealing of this project is kind of over my head, but I came and got the grand list figure today from the upstairs, and total cost of this thing is $88 million. And when you plug numbers into the municipal tax rate calculator for a $350,000 home, if they were just to do it right off, the whole thing is $19,000. That's not funded. You know, this is just ballpark stuff. But that's basically, if it's over 20 years, that puts my taxes going up $1,000 a year. And on a $450,000 home, it's going to cost $24,000. So this thing is this whole project seems like it's a pie that someone's pipe dream. And we have a library right now, and it's in walking distance of a majority of the residents. The library gets put up there. Now we got traffic. You got a good drive to the library. We have facilities over there that could be improved. We got a town, they want to have meetings. Well, we have that town hall over there at the Four Corners can be used. So I just hope that this is worded and put out there. I don't know if we have to get a hold of the Essex Reporter to say, hey, before we walk into the voting booth, I'm guilty of it myself, not doing the research and going in and going, no, oh yeah. But it impacts a lot of people, this amount. And we need to get this information out to the people before town meeting day. Because a lot of people don't go, they just go and vote. And this has to get communicated quickly, because the Essex Reporter comes out, says, once a month? And next thing you know, it's going to be town meeting day. So I just hope that you get this information as quickly as you can and get it out to everyone so that we can make informed vote. Thank you.
Very good comments. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Ken Signorello. I'm glad to see these questions going on the ballot. However, I think maybe the name of our municipality should be stated correctly. We are the town of Essex, not Essex Town. Just a little syntactic thing. All the other questions say town of Essex. Why did this one say Essex Town? That's it.
That's a good catch, I guess. So noted.
Couple of hands online. L. Whitmore is the first one.
L. Whitmore?
Hi, good evening. There are a couple of points that I wanted to bring up relative to this. At the previous meeting, one of the things that was talked about was the option of finishing paying off the existing bond before undertaking any new obligations. The way this is written as a statement does not acknowledge that there is that debt which has to be paid on top of it. And I feel that that's kind of ingenuous and probably unnecessary. The other thing is that we've talked a lot about the need for housing to pre-commit all of the funds from impact fees or value-added taxes to this particular project and not acknowledge the other needs in towns, whether it has to do with setting aside land for affordable housing, or whether in the case of, as we just heard, transportation. I'm not sure a 20-year commitment to ignoring those needs is appropriate. And I think that the public needs to be aware that it is at the risk of jeopardizing those other areas of importance by making the commitment in the way that it's worded. And I would suggest rewording it to acknowledge those things.
Okay, thank you.
John E.
John E.
Good evening. On the two questions that are going to be brought up in town meeting day on the ballot.
Your name, full name for the
Oh,
record,
yes.
please.
John Egan. So with the first question on the town meeting day on the ballot, I didn't hear a figure being included with it. You know, if you're going to ask, are you for or against the whole project, I think it'd be good to have a figure, and what I heard tonight was something like 88 million. I think that should be put with it so that people will know how much this would cost. But the other suggestion I was thinking of, rather than having people say yes or no to the whole thing, would it be not possible to have some other sub-questions, such as, are you in favor of the town office being built, or a new library being built, or a fire station being built? You know, rather than have the whole thing thrown out. And you might find that there's a majority who are for, let's say, a new fire station. So, you know, we might get something out of this than just all or nothing. That's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? I'll bring it back to the board. What is your wish?
So I think we should respond to some of the comments that we've heard, that we're not asking for any commitment beyond $2 million for the infrastructure planning. A yes vote here does not commit us to doing the entire project. This is just a question of, should we even do anything on the project? It's not, there's no 20-year commitment here. There's no, in fact, it says in the second question that we won't build a single thing unless we come back to the voters again and ask for permission to do so. So it seems that there may be some confusion as to what these questions are asking. And I know we're going to provide Q&A sheets about these questions. And it would, and there's certainly a risk that people will show up at the voting booth without having ever seen those and not know, and some, you know, we need to ask the question. And it's up to, I guess it's up to voters to educate themselves, but we need, I guess, need to do our best to make sure that folks know what the question means. Because it does not mean we're being committed to $88 million or any amount beyond the planning phase at this point.
You advise some wording that would
No, I don't, you know, I think this is more a question of, we need to have a lot of outreach and education and clear, to say this question is not asking
no
if you want to commit to the entire project. That's not what we're asking. We're asking if we should spend any effort at all on it. Do you want, you know, this is an opportunity to say no, but it doesn't mean if you say yes that we're going to build everything. You know, there's lots of discussion that needs to happen. You know, we could build this whole thing in phases if we do it, We could build a smaller fire station than was requested. We could build a 2-story library instead of a 3-story library. There's all kinds of things that need to be worked out if we move forward. But anyway, I think we need to be we need to somehow explain, because I got the impression from the folks that were talking that the assumption is that this means we're going to go do the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely tying it directly to the town plan cost. So how would you word this that they wouldn't? For me, it says overall progress. To me, it's just, do we continue? But go ahead, Ethan.
Yeah, I think, that was one of the reasons to drive the question. And I think the important thing for everybody to keep in mind is that the select board set it as a goal for the town manager to make it a high priority to continue any sort of work. So they continue to look into, explore options, all these other things. And although it wasn't my direction, it was the direction of the board that created that goal. So I recommended that we reach out to the public and ask the public, is this a high priority to you? Do you think the town manager and other high-level staff should be devoting time to 8090 Upper Main Street and looking into possible ways, not saying building anything, but looking into, would we bond a library? This is staff time and hours that have been devoted to this project for the last 3 years. And now the board has almost agreed on putting it on the ballot, but we're asking, do you, the people of Essex, want the staff of our town to continue to work on this project? And the second question is, are you comfortable with spending an estimated 1.5, not to exceed 2 million, to receive $500,000 in grant funding just to plan the infrastructure for the overall master plan? So my whole purpose here to ask this question was, I can only say so long that I don't think this is a good idea before the town gets a chance to say, should we put any more time and effort into this project, or should we wait and it comes up in a couple of years? That's not for me to decide. That's for all of us to decide. So I think important thing would be any recommendations for cleaner wording. We kind of have to finalize the ballot, and today's the day. So any suggestions today would be great. And if not, then it's more helping us interpret, and we'll be sharing this information also, is that we are asking you, should the select board continue to direct the manager to explore any sort of possible development on this property? No development will happen, but it's, should we continue to put time in? Because I believe that it's time to ask the people of the town of Essex, do you agree? And if they say no, this is no bind. Neither one of these questions are binding. Unfortunately, they're on advisory questions, so it's up to the discretion of the select board. But it's pretty obvious if the town votes no and the select board says yes, a lot of those people probably won't be on the select board the next year. Whatever your seats come up. So it's just something to keep in mind, and any suggestions would be great. But I do want to reassure that I worked hard to get this on the ballot because I believe that it's time to hear from the voters of Essex, not to spend any money.
Building off of what my colleague said, I'm trying to stare at the language in here, because yes, tonight it is important per statute to get the language set in the time frame so we can print ballots and things. I think, Andy, as you said, it's important that outreach is done, education is done, and I don't know how we could make it much more overarching. The first question, as Ethan just said, the first question is to say, are we continuing in any fashion? And it's, to get a temperature reading on the town, and I think that's important. The second question is the next step. The town, for those of you that have not been following along, won a grant or received a grant that has a secondary portion that would actually be something we have to pay, a matching part to the grant of the $500,000. which actually was part of the conversation that really brought this to a head, saying, I'm not sure, the select board kind of chose that we needed to at first get approval from the town. So I think that, I don't know if we could put language in here saying, you know, the first step of this process or something that like kind of clarifies. I'm not set on funding or language for deciphering, but quite honestly, when I read this, it's a conceptual question, number one. It's a very detailed question with a dollars and cents point, which would be the first step of whatever that 20-year cost would be or whatever it is. But it's obviously in the voting booth, you can't click on conceptual master plan and see what that is, unfortunately. So I'm open to, you know, whatever my colleagues think is the best language to really nail that down. But I do think it might just come back to, you know, we need to get out. I know another bullet point on this agenda is to talk about the community in various ways to inform people about the upcoming town meeting day as well as what's on the ballot. It could just fall on our shoulders, but I do think it right now, with it being a very clear one sentence first question and then a very detailed dollars and cents funding sources explanation on the second, it does kind of set that up that it is the secondary step.
Yeah.
Do you think we should eliminate the comma on for the select board adopted a conceptual master plan? Should we just eliminate that and have it be, shall the voters of the town of Essex advise the select board to continue overall progress on implementing the new municipal complex at 8090 Upper Main Street, period? Would that be more clear?
I kind of think that the conceptual master plan is an important thing to say that we've already, you know, people might not even know what this project is, quite honestly. They've never heard of 8090 ups or
I'm just trying to think of,
it's a good suggestion.
Yeah.
I think you need to actually say what we're talking about here.
Right.
So that second clause, in my opinion, I could be wrong, is important for that first part.
In question 2, is there a place that we could insert something about this being the first step? You know, shall the voters complete public infrastructure design at 8090 Upper Main Street that was purchased in as 2023 as the first step to
progress this project.
Trying to figure out where
potential development. That way they don't think we're developing.
First step toward potential development of a new municipal complex or something like that. Is that, Greg, you're the English major.
Yeah, me,
I gotta fill my water up my
put this
throat.
into writing. You got a couple of hands up online, but let me see if I can work with this.
So you want me to take some comment while you work on it? Or?
If you can, that might be easier for me to just do one thing at a time.
'Cause I do not mind waiting. Is at the board level at this point. That would make it clearer if you added that in question 2 so that they would know that this was actually the first step.
I make another comment.
Sure.
The only reason why I bring this up is because March 5th, 2025, in the Essex Reporter, this is the information that I have. And, you know, you're portraying that this is the project and it's 88 million bucks. That's why I, you know, now I'm hearing, oh, the library could be smaller. You know, this has to be, it'd be nice that if it was conveyed that everyone in town got something that said, you know, it may not be this big fire station. It may just be holding this bigger truck that's needed. It could just be a 2-story thing, you know, that type of thing. But it's just, you know, this is what's going on. Traffic circles, all this stuff. Whereas traffic circle at the Four Corners should be a priority, not up here. You know, that's just, you know, this is just some of the stuff. That's all I had in this, you know, so the public needs to be educated more on, you know, this could be downscoped. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's really the understanding that I have on the board, is that if we get permission to go ahead, that at that point, everything's on the table, that we're not gonna necessarily just follow the master plan. That's subject to change.
I believe that's clear in the first question because of the word conceptual. I think, I don't know if we can bold that in the question or whatnot, but moving on to the second wording, I like the use of the first step. I was wondering, Greg, I don't know if you've gotten it yet, but we could even put the term, the first step, in the first clause of the first sentence, saying, shall the voters of Essex, the town of Essex, advise the select board to complete the first step of this public infrastructure project, comma, the design, blah, 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 or something, putting it up front so it's clear, rather than towards the end of that paragraph might be best.
It's intentional to be two different questions.
I know, I'm not saying
from
smush them
question
together.
one.
Yeah.
Right, but question one is, in my mind, when I wanted to bring this forth, was that question one was, should we do anything at all?
Oh, I agree with that.
And it's
I'm not-
yes
I'm
or
not poking
no.
holes
So
in
no first step in that.
I'm sorry, I moved on to question two
Okay.
for that. I'm
Okay.
trying to
I thought
figure
you
out
were
where
talking
best.
about question one.
No, I think question. I did. I guess. I
Okay.
can see
No,
that.
you're
No,
fine.
question one
As
is
long as
great.
you're leaving that one. Okay.
No, I think
because it is two separate questions. It's should
It
we
is.
do anything at all, and then it's should we spend money.
Which, you know, I think it's very important to have that per the discussions we had
Agreed.
tonight.
Agreed.
But I do think that putting something of a clause of the first step is this up to $2 million thing. It's important.
If you're ready, I can share up on the screen.
Sure.
I'm trying to capture. Can you see that okay? Shall the voters of the town of Essex advise the select board to complete public infrastructure design as the first step toward potential construction at 80 and 90 Upper Main Street, which was purchased in 2023 to serve a new municipal complex and for which the select board adopted a conceptual master plan in March 2025 under the following conditions.
Same three conditions.
Yeah, no change to the conditions.
Okay.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
it.
I think
like
that's
it.
good.
I like that.
Does
a lot.
that work?
That's what I was getting at. I hope.
A lot.
You do have a few hands up
Yeah, take
online.
some public comment on that.
First, Lois Whitmore has her hand up.
Lois Whitmore?
I still feel that what's missing is the contextualization of this expenditure against the other expenditures that are potential. This $2 million would go a long way to address the transportation needs, for example, which would support the economic development because it would be affecting the larger economy of the town. And that's very, very compelling. So it seems to me that by isolating it from the competing things, it's as if you're not recognizing or not allowing or not informing and educating residents to understand that this is a choice among other options and that if they do this, they cannot do that. I don't feel that that's really good information. Is there a way to phrase this such that that people who are voting understand that if they vote for this, they can't have the other things that are needed? You know, there's other infrastructure in the town that needs attention. Is there a reason that that's ignored in favor of this? Is this the time that you want to spend money in this uncertain time on something where you might not have the money coming in to address the other needs that residents have?
I'm trying to, you wanna,
Can I make a quick comment?
pardon?
Just a quick comment. Hey, Willis, it's Ethan. Just because I had a little bit of a hard time understanding this too at the beginning. The 500,000 is part of the 1.5 million. So the projected when the select board accepted the I'm trying to
We accepted it.
well the
grant.
The grant it hasn't been accepted yet, but there's the awardal of the grant. Okay, sorry, it took me a minute to get that out. The 1,500,000 is the overall projected cost, which would be 1 million from town funding sources and 500,000 of the grant. And the recommendation was because it was supposed to be approved at a previous date and time, and you know, thanks to perseverance of people like you, we were able to bring this forth to a question. And the reason that the $2 million is there is just because of any inflation. This may not, if this gets approved after town meeting, this project likely would be completed after an extension has been applied for, so it likely wouldn't happen for the following year. But just to be clear, the most that would be expended out of town revenue sources right now, not revenue sources, town current funds, would be 1.5 million. The projected spending out of town funding sources currently would be 1 million. I know it's not a big difference, but I just wanted you to know that it's not going to be 2 million or 2.5 million. It's going to be the 1.5 overall project or 2 overall project. But the 500,000 doesn't exist without the funding, and that's why I had asked to bring the question to the public.
So, does that help?
Actually, no, because the question that I raised is, with that very same money, you could secure transportation around town and maintain ADA accessibility and serve a population which is in danger of losing any access to services. So how do you balance those needs? You know, those are residents too.
That's a good point. Moving on.
We do have another hand up. 2 more hands.
Thank you for your comments. Cheryl Van
John Egan first. Pardon? John Egan was first.
John Egan.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the previous speaker that the big picture is there's a lot of other demands upon our money. And so that we don't get kind of focused in on just this one thing. There's a lot of expenses for the taxpayers. And the other thing is about the 2 questions. If a person votes, let's say, no, they're not interested in going forward, doesn't that make the second part moot? Because I don't want it going forward at all. Then I don't want any money spent on the project. So I don't know. I don't understand why you would bring in the second if it's going to be a moot point. And I also don't understand why you don't put the cost in for the total project, because when it comes down to it, it's a matter of money. And, you know, because I think all of the ideas of the municipal plan are wonderful, but it does come down to money. So you got to be upfront with the taxpayers and just say, what's the estimated cost of this? Thank you.
Well, I would just respond to that there is an extensive amount of information on the town website about the master plan and the overall conceptual costs. But the point is to ask the voters if they want to continue progress on implementing this project. If they did happen to say no to the first and say yes to the second, the board would have to look at that and take that into advisement in the future. So I don't know if that helps. Thank you.
Cheryl Van Epps.
Cheryl Van Epps.
shoot, I did the same thing again, the pop-up windows. As a Cheryl Van Epps, Rustic Drive, as a voter, I am trying to stay up to date and in touch with what's going on locally, but I can't say as much for my neighbors. I believe that they don't know what's going on locally. And so I feel that uh, the lack of that $88 million price tag does not, not, that number not being included means that they're not going to have the context, the information that they need to vote. Because maybe if it was like they looked at that $2 million price tag and they didn't realize that's just for the infrastructure design phase. If they saw that and voted, oh, okay, it's just going to cost us 2 million. Our budget is 17 million. We can afford that. I don't feel without that $88 million price tag that they have a good understanding of what they're voting for. And I feel like my vote is my informed consent. So that's my point. I thank Bob for bringing that up and Lois, thank you. So I concur with them. Thank you.
Ann Miller.
Anybody else?
Ann Miller.
Ken Miller?
Ann
Tim?
Ann
Miller. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to go back to the comment that both Lois and Cheryl have made. I think I was looking for the exact wording in the packet, but I think in the interest of transparency and really getting, it's not a binding vote, right? You're advising that the town residents are advising the select board. It seems to me it would be a more useful advice to you all to have that 88 million. So if I'm just looking for the actual wording of that agreement to say somehow to say, currently estimated at 88 million, because I mean, and then the communication that needs to be done can be an explanation that this is going to be done in tranches, that we would have different bonds for different buildings, and that it would be done over a period of time. So that's where you can really spend the time communicating, but at least have in the actual resolution on the ballot at town meeting to have it be clear that what the current estimate is. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Pardon?
Can I respond to Ann real quick?
Sure.
Hey Ann, it's Ethan. Real quick, I just wanted to say I feel a lot of what you're saying, but I have been persuaded to the wording in this question because any amount of money that's put forth in the future will be asked for a library, which I don't have the plan in front of me, but let's say it was the 30 or 25 million, whatever it was, that will be asked for. They'll say, shall the town of Essex build a library, X amount of money to bond for this, blank, blank. But what everybody keeps bringing up about the amounts and the phases and the steps and all that, beyond my love for it and vote, the select board adopted a conceptual master plan that has that full breakdown. It has all of the buildings, it has phase 1, it has phase 2, it has phase 3, it has all of the steps, all of the costs. It even has funding models in there from the firm that we paid the $200,000 to create the master plan. So I don't think it's appropriate or fair to label it as $88 million because the question isn't, shall the town go and spend $88 million tomorrow? The question is, to my point in bringing this forward, shall we continue to direct the town manager and his staff to apologies for using that word, to commit time to working on this project in the future. And if you don't see value in that, the answer is no. And then that divides the select board when the new select board to be elected, they set their goals for the year, they look at these votes and it's no, we shouldn't go through, or yes, we should go through. And same with the grant. This grant has not been accepted because it's been put on hold to be asked by the people, because we as a board thought it was appropriate that the town of Essex should make the decision on whether we should spend $1 million, $1.5 million of town funds on this project. So I think it's really hard to say that I can't vote on something because I'm not, or I don't think my neighbors are informed, because the select board has gone above and beyond to put this in many agendas, sometimes multiple times over and over again because of non-agreement and coming to a point of we need to make a decision, and the decision is a simple question: do we work on it or do we not work on it? And then if it answers yes to both of these questions and they accept the grant and the answer is to work on this, I can promise you will see in the future an ask for phase 1 or part of a library or part of a fire. There will be another ask and there will be $0 spent. So I think it's important that you know the conceptual master plan, but the $88 million on this ballot isn't going to help anybody because that number isn't even accurate anymore. It's already above that. Inflation's gone up 10% this year. So it's going to continue to go up. There's no value to putting that number in there, in my opinion, and I was one of the ones who pushed strongly to get this put on. But we're not going to be able to make everybody happy tonight, unfortunately, and I think it's important that we need feedback from the public on these questions.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to bring it back to the board to look at Greg's possible change of wording on this motion to see if we can move along.
Want me to pull that up again?
Yes, please.
No complaints.
I like it.
I think Ken's point about having the consistency of the town of Essex in both 1 and
Questions?
2 would be good.
Yes.
Correct. Agreed.
But besides that, I think it captures what we're trying to get at.
So with this change to the wording, do we have potential approval?
Just one quick question. Did we have a word we were adding to the first question, or we're good on that?
We weren't touching the first.
We're not
Okay.
touching the first
Okay.
question now.
I thought we were putting something there.
Do you want me to pull up the first question?
No, you're good. I'm looking at it right now. I just want to make sure everybody's good. I'm just happy to see him here.
So just to be clear, you only showed us question 2, but question 1 we would also change to say Town of Essex.
Yeah, both of them town of Essex.
Yep.
That's
okay.
my understanding. Yep.
Yep. All right, I'll make the motion that the select board approve both ballot items on the March 2025 town meeting day ballot as amended regarding the new municipal complex at 80 and 90 Upper Main Street.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, just point of clarification, 26 ballot. But
2026.
Did I say 25?
that's okay. New year.
26.
Okay, do we have a second for the slightly amended motion?
Did Ethan just?
Oh, sorry,
Ethan
second.
just did.
Okay, Ethan. Okay, we have a motion on the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Now, the next item that we have on the agenda is the consider approval of warnings for the 2026 town meeting and informational hearing.
So I think we have most of the ballots set at this point, but I will run through it. But by state law, we have to warn town meeting 30 to 40 days before town meeting happens. We are in that window right now. Let me just pull up the ballot language, actually. And I will pull up the item with the 80 and 90 Upper Main Street ballot question, so this will be amended before it goes out tomorrow, assuming it gets approved today. But the ballot includes the budget, which was approved earlier tonight at $17,189,166. This is all to be voted on by Australian ballot on March 3rd, 2026, or by early vote. Article 2 would be the same language as last year about Health and Human Services funding. Shall the town of Essex vote to appropriate an amount equal to 1% of the general fund budget as passed by voters to the Health and Human Services Contribution Fund, so on and so forth. Article 3 includes, and 4 are the two items we just looked at, so those will be amended. Article 5, we have a voter-backed petition that's been vetted and confirmed by the town clerk's office that it meets the criteria for going on the ballot. Shall the voters approve setting the number of Essex Development Review Board members to 5 in accordance with 24 VSA 4460, Section F? And then there's elections, 1-year term for moderator, 2 3-year terms for select board, and 1 1-year term for select board.
Okay, Shannon?
I think Article 5, we should amend it to say, to state that there's 7 members on already. So it should read, shall the voters approve setting the number of Essex Development Review Board members from 7 to 5 in accordance. And I'm curious, I know it's a petition, I don't know what the policy is, but I think that we're talking about clarity, we're talking about needing to, educated voters. Can the select board edit that?
I don't believe you can. The town attorney has reviewed this language. They're comfortable with it.
It's non-advisory.
Sorry?
It's non-advisory. I don't see advisory on it.
No, this is.
So if it gets voted in, it's boom.
Correct.
Immediately effective.
Binding. Immediately effective insofar as we're currently at 7, and the way that the statute works is that the 2 members with the next upcoming terms would just kind of fall off. So they would complete their terms, and then there would be no appointments for those terms once they're off. To get back to Shannon's question, yeah, my understanding is that if something is like factually wrong on a voter-backed petition, the select board might be able to change it. But this is accurate, it's in compliance with the law, and I would advise against advising it. Not a time to run that specific question by the town attorney, but when this has come up in the past, I'm pretty sure it's basically, if the question's okay and clear enough, then you put what was on the actual petition on the ballot.
I can understand that if you're trying to change intent, but I feel like we're just trying to further clarify so the voters know what they're actually doing here. Instead of, they don't, if I wasn't tuned into the town's happenings and I read this, I might think I'm creating a board. I might think a lot of different things. I think it needs to be in there so you can clarify that there's an existing board, it has 7 members, and we're changing it so it's a smaller group.
I'm not disagreeing with you or the intent or the approach.
No, I'm
I
just
want to, I want you, I'm trying to advise all of you.
I
my
appreciate that,
understanding of sticking with the language that was submitted on the petition. That is what I understand to be the safe approach.
Andy, as the resident, been here for 12 years, have you ever had this?
I totally agree with Greg that, yeah, we can't touch the language unless we're making a grammatical or technical correction, and that's not. I mean, we can certainly, and I think we should, provide a Q&A about this
in the supplemental,
in the materials that we will be making, hopefully making available. That says what this means, right? Is that you have 3 people making a decision instead of 4, because quorum becomes smaller with the smaller. I think we need to, have that information available. I agree. But again, it's the same
No, no,
situation.
it's
that
a sticky
people-
situation, I
people-
understand.
If people don't read it, then they don't know.
I mean, the petitioners went around, spent times on weekends and days collecting signatures. I would really want to advise this and different things just because I respect the work and different things that the petitioners have done. But at the same point, I feel that I want the voters to be as well informed as possible. Ethan? Sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
So, bring me back a couple years, the last 2 years, there was petitions brought to the select board, and the select board did decide to make changes to them. They didn't put them on as binding questions, they decided to make them advisory questions. So in my opinion and of my remembrance, the select board has changed it before.
If I can
Yeah.
respond to that. Yeah, my recollection of that was that, to compare it to this is binding. State law allows petitioners to put together a petition to set the number of DRB members. That is laid out in statute. The difference from
To create a DRB?
what's that? I can't remember if you can petition to create a DRB or not. That was our charter change. We've done that. Statute allows when a DRB is in existence, voters can petition to set the number of seats. So that's what this is. It's binding. It's clear in statute. The difference from a couple of years ago was that that was not a binding question. The select board could have.
But they made it not, yeah.
No,
because the petition came to the select board as for a DRB.
I don't remember the DRB.
And then we decided to make it a charter change and then put it on.
I don't know.
With
I
the with the
petition about the petition I remember, there are two petitions that I think were 2 years ago. One was to include, and I'm paraphrasing here,
the
staff
salaries,
in
yeah.
the annual report, and to include tax stabilization agreements in the annual report. Neither of those things is required by statute. And so, we did run this by the town attorney, and they also advised that it's, because it's not binding, putting the advisory in quotes. That was the one change to those two things, just like, similar to what we have with the Upper Main Street, to just the in parentheses advisory, so that people know it's not binding if it passes. Now, like what you said earlier, with the annual report questions, the select board members would take that at their own political peril if they disagreed with the advisory vote. But the difference between this one and that one is that statute allows for this as it's laid out.
Okay.
That was a direction to the select board that the people were asking you, wanting you, advising you to do, but you didn't have to take that advice if it was passed.
And there was no petition for the DRB ever.
Not that I recall. People had talked about it. It came up during the charter review. Staff even recommended take a look at it.
Yeah.
The charter review committee pushed to have it as part of the charter vote. So that was a vote on the ballot to amend the charter to go to a DRB model. But the select board had vetted the feedback from the charter review committee. I don't remember the exact process, but worked with staff and probably the town attorney to finalize the language to change the charter and make sure that question was being asked legally, properly.
On the ballot, yeah, I remember all that. I thought that was a petition.
No.
Huh.
So I'm comfortable. It's a binding petition that we leave the wording the same, would be my feeling, and just put out a good Q&A that we're looking to reduce it from 7 to 5. Any other comments on?
Yeah, on this particular one, the Article 5 again, in the past, there have been discussions among the select board whether to support or non-support or remain neutral with regard to ballot questions. And we haven't had an agenda item to discuss this article as to whether we may choose to support, non-support, or remain neutral. I highly recommend remaining neutral, but we haven't had the discussion. I don't think we should assume without discussion that we are going to be neutral. I don't know, can we have that discussion now? We didn't warn a discussion about this particular thing. So that's where we have to warn it tonight, right? But
Well, I would state
Can I
as the chair that I believe that I would stay neutral, so that's my position. Shannon?
Can I just ask a clarifying question? And obviously this is my first term. Are you saying that every time we've had a petition or something come up, we've always, before that has been put on the ballot, we've talked about it as a board? I'm just trying to understand.
I'm trying to think of the specific instance. There was something that came up that went on the budget. It was the 3+3 proposal, I believe, wasn't it? Was it that one, or I'm trying to remember which one? There was something that came up and it got put on the ballot, and there was a huge discussion about whether the board should support it. Take a position of support, a position of non-support, or remain neutral. I am not saying that every time a question has come up, and this doesn't happen frequently, that we have talked about it, but it was just been surprising to me that this has never been on an agenda yet, and that we haven't had a discussion about it. We haven't taken public comment on it, and I guess we'll do that on an informational night, but many people will have voted by then. But we could choose to support it. We could choose to take a position of non-support, or we could be neutral. We've done that, and we've had those discussions in the past. It hasn't been assumed that we will be neutral, because this is assuming we're neutral. We haven't talked about it. We're just putting it on the ballot. We have to put it on the ballot, but we could take a position. That's what I just want to bring that up.
No, that's a great
in case
point.
we want to take a position.
Wasn't the 3+3 voted and approved by the voters and ignored by the select board, and that's where the advisory thing
No,
came
it
from?
was ignored by the legislature.
Oh, okay. Because I thought it was the other way around. I thought the select board never moved it. Yeah.
Yes, it passed. It went to.
I remember the voter
put
approved
into a
it.
bill. Yes,
Nothing happened.
It got
because the select board didn't move it. But.
No. It was because we were going to a merger or a separation vote, and since we were.
But that was a whole year after, though.
Yeah, because the
I was there
legislature
for
takes
that.
a
I
long
lived
time.
here.
Because the legislature takes a long time to look at charter changes.
Okay, just
So it's
saying.
nothing to do with this.
That wasn't advisory changed to advisory
Can I
after
just-
the fact.
you know,
Shannon has the
getting
floor.
back to the topic at hand, if we were to have that discussion and the select board was to approve it, would we then put an asterisk next to it, or what would the select? board
No.
approve
It would just
Or
be
not
our
approval,
just be a speaking point for us.
Yeah.
I see.
At informational meeting, we can say this is on the thing, but this is the select board's position on it.
Okay.
Right. It's like the budget is on there, and our position is
We passed it as a select board.
we pass it as a select board, and we recommend you vote on it too. We can say that.
Sure.
On this one, if we don't say anything, it's assumed we're neutral. We do have the option to take a position.
I mean, this is just my personal opinion, but I feel like because this is coming up tonight, because this is a petition from the public, I would think we should stay neutral.
I agree. So I guess we've had that discussion.
So we're all
So-
neutral then. It's important though, because there could be a petition.
make a
that was
motion.
brought
But
that-
then again, the sorry, the fallout of this though is okay. There's going to be a Q&A about that. We haven't seen the Q&As in the past. Sometimes we see them, sometimes we don't until sometimes the select board approves the Q&As. And we get criticized for sometimes because they say the Q&As are biased one way or the other. Sure. And so that's in the past when the select board has said, we want to see the Q&As first before they go out to the public. Of course, we got events actually next week, right? And so we don't have time to do that.
Mondays.
Just a real quick point. We can include it on the February 2nd agenda, the Q&As.
Right, and so we can edit the language that night and have a discussion about whether things sound biased or whatever. So, okay, sorry.
You've got a public comment.
So is there
My-
any other specific questions?
Yeah, my other one is this similar to the Articles 3 and 4. The first question says, shall the town adopt a budget? Should it say the town of Essex? Should it say the voters of the town of Essex? Do we need to have those words in there? You know, to make them all look the same?
Yeah, so basically they all should say the town of Essex, correct?
Article 2 does, Article 1 does not. We fixed the other two.
Yeah, but the next two say voters, and the first two say, one says town, the next one says town of Essex.
Yeah.
And then it goes on to say, as passed by voters, 1% general fund.
This is why.
Should we worry about that, or just not worry about it?
I'm trying to pull up past ballots.
Important thing to know is 3 of us have to agree.
Well, yeah.
So here's the question on Article 5 is, did the petition say the actual town of Essex, or did it just say Essex Development?
I believe that language is exactly what was in the petition.
Yeah, that one we gotta leave alone.
So if it's exactly that, then we'll just leave it exactly that.
2024 town meeting, shall the town adopt a budget?
Okay.
Shall the town of Essex adopt the proposed town plan? Article 3, shall the voters require the town annual report to list the location of commercial properties?
Okay, this
Article
doesn't
4,
matter.
shall the voters require?
I'm like, yeah, stop being picky.
I just have a question before we go to public comment.
Before public comment.
If the organizers of the petition were to accept a change, would there be time to change that language in the article?
I think the organizer of the petition are part of it, but it's everybody who signed the petition
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
I really truly hear
No,
you.
no,
I just want to, I'm
just-
advising you to be safe.
I
and
understand what
to-
you're saying. I'm trying to find every angle because I do think this is important.
Can't touch it.
So at that point, is the board's fairly well set with it? I would take some public comment.
Public comment.
Public comment. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ken Signorello. So I have some experience with these petitions. 3+3 petition was a charter change petition. Now there are special rules for charter change petitions. They cannot be changed for obvious reasons. You're proposing a charter change. This is not a charter change. You can change the language as long as it is adding clarity or a fact, but not changing the intent of the question. So as the person who knocked on most of the doors, this was the question that we got typically. It was already too late, of course, to change the wording on the petition. That couldn't be changed. How many are there on the DRB now? So adding a simple fact from 7 does not change the question significantly. We also left out the town of Essex because the previous part of the petition mentioned the voters of the town of Essex, so it didn't occur to us to add that in there as well. So I would suggest you change that as well. Yes, the select board can change ballot questions provided it's not a charter change question and provided the intent of the question or the actual ask in the question isn't being changed. That's my opinion. But having looked at the charter change statute, that's very, very clear. There is no such in the statute that we're using here. That is not in there. So I believe you can make that change. Just to remind everybody how this went with the 3+3, the 3+3 charter change petition passed overwhelmingly in the town outside the village, almost passed in the village, did go to the GovOps committee, but because there was a merger pending, they decided not to hear it. And just to remind you, why did we even do that? It was because we wanted a merger that would work. And we realized that the only way it could work is if there was equal representation in the town and the village. Happened to have equal population at the time, pretty much still does. That was the logic behind it and why it was very important that the wording of that petition not be changed. It was very specific and very clear. This one is a different story. So I would suggest you do make 2 changes to the question. From 7, voters of the town of Essex. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public?
Irene Renner.
Irene Renner.
Thank you. I did not carry this petition around, believe it or not. I support adding the extra words because anything we can do to help the voters helps the voters. When people sign a petition, they're usually signing on to the general idea of something. Yes, they may be reading the specific wording, but it's more of a sales pitch. As any of you who've signed a petition know, you usually listen to the person explaining it and go with that idea and the sentiment behind it. If there weren't enough signatures to put this on the ballot, it would have disappeared, you know? So it's kind of like a vote for a petition to go to the next step. But I don't think any voter should be offended if you add clarifying words. And in fact, I'll just mention, because I was at the Milton Select Board last Monday night, the manager had proposed putting some local option tax language on the ballot for March, and the board pushed back and said, you know what, we need to put 1% in parentheses so that we know and the voters know just what we're talking about. How much of a local option tax is it? And the town manager, believe it or not, said, oh, I don't know, you know, we haven't run this by the attorney. So I understand that's what town manager school teaches you to say, and I'm not mocking that. I appreciate that we won't have time to run this by the attorney, but I don't think it's a major change. And just like the Milton Select Board did add the 1% to their article last Monday night, I hope that you will add some clarifying language to this one. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Cheryl Van Epps.
Cheryl Van Epps.
Hi, Cheryl Van Epps, 8 Rustic Drive. I was one of the persons who walked around with this petition. I put the exact wordage, copied it from my copy of the petition. I put them into the chat box so that you can see. When I knocked on the door and spoke with the signees, their first question was, I don't know much about the government. Can you tell me what's going on here? So we were given the opportunity to talk about the different boards and the functions of the different boards. And then we spoke of how many members were on the boards and just the basic. I think the voters and our neighbors, they can tell if we're trying to push a certain narrative, a bias on them. So we made it a point to just be, these are the facts, and you can look at them up. You know, we're saving you time here, but you know, so so that's what I'm trying to get at. Just the facts should go into the question on the ballot, and the facts there are 7 members on the DRB, and that the question is to ask whether the voter wants them to be decreased to 5 members. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So what is the board's wish? Bringing it back to the board.
I make the motion that we do change Article 5 to include the 2 suggestions of edits. That the first, it will read the shall the voters of the town of Essex, blah, 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 and then we add from 7 to 5.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? I will second that motion for discussion.
Okay, I was gonna do that. Question. Did we change the other 3?
We're just talking about this article right now.
Okay.
I think.
So my question is, do we have legal counsel advice not to change this?
I do not have legal counsel advice on this one way or the other. Other than that, it is a valid petition that is binding and goes on the ballot.
Oh, boy.
So I guess there's a motion on the table with specific wording.
I think we've heard a lot of great comments. I think we've had a good discussion. I think we should put it on the record and call it a question.
Point of clarification real quick. This is only to decide on whether we're changing the question, not the existence of the question, correct?
No, this is just to change the wording specifically of Article 5.
Okay. Just to change the wording.
As
Okay.
was the petition came in.
What was the last part?
You want to repeat your?
No, I heard his part, but I'm just making sure that, you know, a tie vote here is considered a.
In the event of a tie vote, the motion will fail.
Right, but the question still stands.
We're not taking off.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
That definitely, that's not even an idea.
This is simply
Well, I'm
to,
making sure that
No, that's a
that's
valid
very
question.
clear before
Yes.
we make any vote.
this is simply to change the wording of the particular.
To add to the wording.
Okay.
Add to the wording.
I am understanding now. Thank you.
Are we all clear on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
A. Motion fails.
We've been here before.
Sorry.
Tracy?
Remember, we gotta approve this tonight.
Pardon? Yep. Now we need to talk about the,
Huh? Are we?
so now we have the original warning. We've made some amendments to it, looked at it.
So which one?
What
yeah,
is your,
just to be
what is the
clear,
board's
it's,
wish with the town meeting warning draft?
I don't think we should change any of the questions if we're not gonna change Article 5. And I'm gonna vote against it. Truthfully. So just know a 2-2 votes is no tonight.
Greg will
When you say don't change at all, do you mean
Leave it.
what's in the packet or what was already approved earlier tonight with the amendments to Article 3 and 4 about the Upper Main Street?
Wasn't that already voted on?
Yeah, that was.
I think so.
already
Yeah.
voted.
I mean, yes, that was. I wanted, when Ethan says he's not going to vote with changes, I just want to make sure that it's, the ballot that you're voting on does include those changes that you already voted on.
Right. I'm talking about Article 1 and 2. There's proposed changes to those articles.
well, I thought we'd already made those
we
changes.
already approved those.
You voted 3. You got to vote.
Our,
I was in the bathroom, so you must have to take a 3.
No, we haven't taken any votes.
no, we didn't take a vote.
So there's no changes then. There's been no changes made.
So on agenda item 7G,
Yeah, we changed 3 and 4, but we did not change 1 or 2.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
The proposed changes to 1 and 2 were to make it consistent to read the town of Essex.
oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
They want to add clarity to one question but not another. It just seems foolish.
Right.
My opinion.
Okay. So, just to be clear, we would be, okay, I'm going to make the motion. Make the motion that the select board approve and sign the warning for the 2026 town meeting and warn an informational hearing to receive comments on all questions on the 2026 ballot to be held on March 2nd, 2026 at 7 p.m. at the Essex Middle School.
I second.
We have a motion. We have a second for that motion.
And just for clarity's sake, I want to make sure that we've already approved the changes to the language
3 and 4.
on 3 and 4, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
for
okay.
articles
Okay.
2 and 3, or 3 and
Hey,
4.
whoa, don't
3
be
and 4.
slipping no
3
2
and
in
4.
there.
3 and 4.
Okay.
So we're all clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Our next item is an update on the municipal wastewater allocation ordinance.
Can't believe we made them wait all night.
Thank you for your patience.
Brought our intern with us. He's back at it. He's got binders too. The issue before the board tonight is to review the updated sewer allocation ordinance, or at least our progress thus far, and provide recommendations for changes to the ordinance, or any edits you would like staff to make. Back at the January 5th, 2026 Select Board meeting, you received a memo in your reading file. Thick one, with all the changes for the sewer allocation, sewer use, and water use ordinances. As stated in that memo, all three ordinances can be impacted by changes to any one of them due to the need for consistent flow usage and consistent policy between each ordinance and the zoning regulations. The wastewater allocation ordinance was a logical first choice since it would have the most significant impact on the other two. The meeting here tonight is kind of the first step in the process to kick off these updates. With the current proposed sewer allocation ordinance update, staff is proposing significant changes both in the sewer core map and flow values associated with the allocation identified on the map. Both are very significant changes to the existing ordinance, and staff would like input and direction from the select board to move forward with these changes prior to continuing with the ordinance update process. Our first big change is with the sewer core map. Greg, if you could put the proposed map up just as reference for both the public and the board. As part of the sewer allocation ordinance, the town's sewer core map provides the boundaries and direction on where sanitary sewer access will be provided within the town of Essex. In the past, this map has assigned sewer allocation to each lot within the identified boundaries of the core. This revised map has proposed the proposed changes will basically divide the map up into zones, and these zones are roughly based off of the current zoning that we do have here. Each zone is defined by the boundaries of the current zoning districts within the community. Each zone has been assigned a total available flow based off of current zoning, estimated future need, development potential, and total remaining sewer capacity within the community. A table with the assigned available sewer allocation has been provided on the this revised map there in the lower left-hand corner. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know if you wanted to zoom in on that, Greg, or... Currently, the town of Essex has 1.1 million gallons a day of capacity within the city's treatment plant. The total of that table, the allocation that we've distributed throughout the core equates to about 465,000 GPD, with the last 3 years of our actual flows in the community ranging between 510 and 535 GPD. That leaves approximately 100 to 125,000 GPD of available wastewater allocation for the select board to assign within a defined sewer core area at your discretion. The select board's general allocation will provide additional capacity for currently unforeseen future needs throughout the core, and any additional small requests like you had earlier this evening for additional allocation for an existing use. moving forward, this map should be updated more frequently than we've had in the past. Staff would recommend a requirement be written into the sewer allocation ordinance that would require any change to zoning or the zoning map directly impact this map and require us to update this map as some sort of time frame thereafter, 6 months or whatever we so choose or whatever we come up with that makes sense. Either way, staff recommends this method of assigning and tracking sewer allocation within the core is due to this direct relationship to the zoning in each of these separate districts. And just speaking from experience on trying to reconcile the use of assigned allocation within the core, this makes more sense. It's going to be a lot easier to track existing and allocation that has been used or assigned during a given calendar year. Before it was kind of an exercise of tracking each individual parcel within the core to make sure it goes to a blue, or if it's connected, if it's not connected, or if there's additional that's been assigned within the core. The second big thing that we're changing with this update is the equivalent user unit flow. The changes to the value of one EU and a calculation of individual uses are outlined within Appendix 1 of the memo we gave you on the meeting on the 5th in the reading file, and we attached it to this memo as well. The most significant change is changing from 200 GPD to 150 GPD to equate to 1 EU, which is essentially one residential unit, housing unit, a home, single-family home. This alone will have a significant impact on both the sewer allocation ordinance, the water and sewer use ordinances, and by extension, the sewer capacity update that we're currently performing with our consultant, Hamlin Engineering. So to move forward, we just kind of wanted to get the temperature of the board on what their thoughts are on these two major impacts. Answer any questions, take any comments. I brought Dennis here tonight to kind of go over some of the process that he's gone through to come up with the equivalent user unit update, and address any questions that we may have with the way we're going, divvying up the sewer core and how we're assigning allocation within the core. So, leaving it up to questions, comments.
I got a question, because I'm a little confused now, and it's just about the mapping, but maybe you could shed some clarity on it for me. The new center, I guess, was that, I'm saying center because that's what it's designed as, but is that recently changed from the zoning side of things?
You talking the village center or?
Well, it just says center. It just says center on both maps. CTR center. So I don't know what that is. Doesn't say village center.
Are we looking at the same? Are you looking at this map?
Both maps. It's labeled as center in the key.
Oh, that's the zoning district. It's the center zoning district.
Center zoning district. Okay, is that new? And then my question for that is, why is there a chunk of land that's non-labeled?
So this is zone 14 here. This is the center zoning district.
Yeah.
That has not changed. I don't think any of the zoning districts have changed in many years.
Okay.
2017.
Because in the old map, that there's a square line on that parcel.
Yeah, let me explain.
Okay,
that.
thank you.
There's actually a couple of changes.
Okay.
If you compare the old sewer core map with the new sewer core map, you're gonna see some boundary changes. All right? In the old map didn't exactly follow the exact zoning boundary.
Okay.
So what we said this time to Hamlin, when you put the map together.
Use the
make
zoning
sure
map.
It actually tracks with the exact boundary,
Mhm.
even though that boundary may be a squiggle as opposed to a straight line.
Right.
So that was the first thing to clear things up. Somewhere between the sewer core map was updated in 2011. Some of the zoning changes that had occurred before that and some after
Weren't
didn't
reflected.
coordinate.
Mhm.
Okay? As I got into this, I said, we can't have that.
Yeah.
Even collectively.
Yep.
Because if you've got one document in the zoning that says you're allowed sewer, and in another document in the sewer allocation saying you're not in the core, that sets up a lawsuit by somebody at some future date that you don't want two ordinances within a zoning ordinance and a sewer allocation ordinance in conflict with each other.
Right.
They have to agree.
Especially when it's the same landowner, right?
Right. So, for example, and I'll give you an example. If you look on the new sewer allocation map, okay?
Yeah.
Look at the blue area, the zone 2 that goes out where the old landfill was and so forth. That whole area, which is blue and yellow along the route going into Colchester, was not in the core. But it is in the zoning. And the zoning district allows for sewer. Therefore, for this version of it, and that's why Aaron said, whenever we change this in the future, we need to make sure that it's done.
Oh,
And part of that was quite honestly done when I was here, so I'm as much responsible for that problem as anybody else is, that we didn't catch that.
Yeah.
But we did now. So that now is in the sewer core because that tracks with zoning. There's another area that I didn't put in a memo, which is zone 6, which is
Lang Farm.
there's a piece of the property down in here actually, that was not in the sewer core before, and it got funky about allowing the capacity and everything else, but it is in zoning. So again, this boundary now includes that area in the sewer core.
Okay.
The other issue, which there's a lot of ways to resolve, but it's this area up in here. And can you push that down? This area in here used to be in the sewer core back in 2011. When zoning was changed, it was taken out of the sewer core. This, Thomas Lane and
Joseph,
Lane, as well as the school, physically have sewer, but are no longer in the sewer core. So,
Not building next to them, are you?
and so there are some properties along here that, by today's standard,
Can't
they're
get
not in the sewer core and they can't have sewer. So this, in the ordinance, I wrote up one solution, and you can read that, we can get to that at another meeting. There's a couple ways to do this. You could grandfather the properties through the ordinance, that makes it reflect what happened. Or you can basically say, okay, those properties are out the sewer core, but essentially, in a way, grandfather those so that if these properties were to come in, let's say the school had to expand, you had to give them sewer capacity. You put in this ordinance that that's allowed because they were at one point in time in the sewer core. And hopefully down the road someplace, if zoning ever changes, you get that to match. We're not looking to make a zoning change. All we want to do is clean things up so it's very clear. And again, it's up to the board. You could say these people, because they were in the sewer core before, could get sewer. Or you could say, you never asked for sewer, you're out of the sewer core now, it's too late, you can't have sewer. I mean, I think either way is fair.
Right.
And that's a decision, a policy decision the board should make. But it's one of those that we've got to resolve. And let's fix it, my view is let's fix it now, so going forward, there's no disconnect between our ordinances. And it's very clear to somebody If I'm on this lot, I'm gonna get future capacity. If I'm on this lot, I could get future capacity if that's what the board wants, or it could be, I can't, because it's outside the core. So somewhere in those years between,
We've even tracked it farther back than it said.
Yeah.
An email that I got from Catherine Sonic this afternoon. It looks like it was in the core in 1987, which is way back. And then it looks like it changed somewhere in the mid 90s, 94, 95.
So I was born. Sorry, you said it too.
So that said, it's been out of sync for a while, and it goes back to what I had said earlier. We need to find a way and a mechanism within our allocation ordinance to make sure that this map
matches,
doesn't conflict with this map again.
Okay.
You know, and we can temporarily kind of get us there by doing some crafty language within the ordinance here for the two areas, the school, Essex Middle School, and Trowbridge Crossing, which is the residential development that's kind of found its way out of the core. But yeah, that's
the other important thing in terms of looking at it broadly, under the old sewer allocation map, there were large areas that were in the core. Large areas of Pinewood, areas down Forestdale that were not given capacity, but they're in the core. And that's the way we set it up. Actually, that's the way I wrote it originally. And I realized that doesn't make any sense. And so by doing it this way, we're not saying that they can't have sewer. All we're saying is we're putting a smaller allocation in that core. But it means everybody in the core can have sewer.
Right.
The issue really today for most of the developments are if a homeowner if you're close to a sewer and you want to extend up the next 100 feet and put municipal sewer in, you can't just put in a hodgepodge. You've got to put in a sewer line. The connection fees, everything else, you're probably talking in the order of $30,000 to $40,000, to be honest. And if you're the fifth house up and you need sewer, you've got to convince the other 4 houses they ought to come online.
Yeah.
Or you're going to be paying 4, 5 times. You're going to spend $200,000 to get sewer, and nobody's going to do that. So in some of these areas, you have some capacity there, but the likelihood that they're going to all get sewered is probably very, very low. So we've tried to make the allocation numbers give everybody within the core available capacity, but put the numbers using, for example, the town center plan, the numbers for, can you go back to the map? I know I'm talking too much, but.
I got a quick question while he's getting that map up, but on that, above that center, right? You know, we're talking historical here. There was, and I may just not understand the whole process the right way, but there was a development application approved way before I was alive. Promised, you know, this many houses, blah, 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 on sewer. None of that matters until it's come to the select board, and you know what I mean? There's an old site approval up there on that property above the 14. It includes part of where the 14 is from years ago.
Capacity isn't given until.
Till the select board. Right?
By
Until you
the
get
ordinance.
approval, final approval.
The final approval is given by the select board, and their fees are paid.
Right. But
If
if
their
something,
fees
but if
aren't
something
paid,
was,
they still don't have allocation.
yeah. So something that's been, you know, 40 years old, approved at one point by a planning commission, would that have to go against a new application to be implemented?
I think there's a time frame of which that approval will lapse from any final approval from the planning commission. So if nothing is done by the applicant, or they don't move on that particular application they got approval on, it kind of sunsets. Tell me if I'm wrong, Greg, but I think that's the process.
Yeah, I think approvals are typically valid for 1 year with an option to extend for 1 year. And it might
After
be a little
that.
bit different between subdivision versus site plan review, but I think it's typically a 1 year approval.
For a site plan. Potentially. Not sure.
It's a subdivision. I'm a little.
Just something to think about. I know of a couple of situations where there's chunks of land in Essex that have originally at one time was brought into the planning, approved for development, and then everything's changed over the years. You know, you've seen it. So I just don't know where that stands.
My
if
guess
that
would be that
is
those
still
run out.
valid.
I mean, we can find out, but
Yeah.
my guess is that those have run out
Run
in
out.
terms of time by not getting all the necessary permits they've needed.
Right.
The other thing that's really important is that we used, when we worked with planning and zoning, with the planning and zoning office, with Aaron, with Annie, myself, with Hamlin Engineering to look at the various areas. The flows for these areas up in here are essentially based upon the town center plan, because with the approval by the select board of the town center plan, you indicated that's where we want the growth to go. So that's where the allocation is much greater than it may have been historically. So that, and we tried to look at this from the point of view of not only how much capacity was in there, but what's possible, what are the properties there, what could develop, what could not develop. So the numbers may not be exact. They're pretty exact for zone 11, for some of these zones in here. Others are close. And when we did the allocations and tried to work this out, no one loses real capacity within the new system, but some of that capacity shifts within the town. And that's really based upon your approval of the master plan for the town center. That's kind of what drove the numbers, and then everything else kind of falls into place around that, because that's, you designated that's where you want the future growth to come for the town.
Thank you for the information.
We have for a long time used 200 gallons per day as the
Yes.
average home or whatever.
Yep.
You're talking going to 150 on that. Maybe not related to what you're talking about right now, but does that change how we handle minimum water bill?
It's it probably will eventually. That's the cost that we're looking at in terms of this document is the connection fees.
Right.
But it could translate to that down the road in terms of setting whatever other fees you have. I think it's important to note. I know that this was, Ethan brought it up before, and tried to write some of this stuff up so that we had answers. But the question is, well, can people carry over their old flow? And the answer really is no, other than some of the exception. And it's contract. I go into the store and I want to buy a new washing machine, and it's $1,000. Once I've paid that $1,000 and I get the washing machine, that contract is fulfilled. It's an oral contract, or in some cases it's a written contract, but that contract's fulfilled. When a person comes in to get sewer, a new house, they pay a fee. In return, they get to hook onto the sewer. That contract is fulfilled. That's done. It doesn't apply. Think of it, I go back to that same store 4 months later and say, geez, I noticed you got that on sale for $800.
Yeah.
And they say, thank you very much, but you bought it for $1,000.
Right.
It's the same situation here, that you have to recognize that a contract is a contract, and what was the contract for? The price may change, the numbers may change, but it's still a contract. And the town fulfilled that contract by allowing you to connect onto the sewer, and you fulfilled the contract by paying for it.
So essentially what he's saying is, when we're talking about any type of rebate on any past purchases on.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not asking about that.
No. No, but as moving forward, will we be looking at other flows based off of category of use and based off of essentially of the minimum user? Yeah. That binder over there Dennis made me go grab at the office is all of the flow data that he used to help come up with the edited and amended categories of use and the flows with each associated with each of those categories of uses. And essentially, I've always said it, most of the state flows that we see, they're like 210 for a residential home. That's based off of on-site systems design. You know, there's a factor of safety built into that actual flow. This flow of 150 GPD is based off of what the town of Essex has seen over the past, I think we went back 3 to 5 years.
I started the data after COVID.
Yeah.
I did not include homes on septic systems. I did do one set of data for, I think it was Pinewood, because they are on septic.
Mm-hmm.
And they do use, again, just for those single-family houses, they tended to use lower flows. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't taking those flows lower than they should actually be. So I only used condos, houses, apartment buildings,
connected,
restaurants that were connected to the sewer, and use that data. And for each, there's 5 entries, and the way our water records are set up is they're set up by book, because that's how we used to do it, was a meter book, and that meter book might include houses here, houses there, houses over here. So when you go through to find the data, it isn't like I can look up Kirk Drive and find all the water uses for Kirk Drive. It's like one's on page 53, one's on page 148.
All over the place.
But you go through, once you know that particular street has only condos, that goes into that category, and then you just go through the numbers, look them, take the 5 or 6 billing periods, and I can't remember how many we did, and take those numbers and take a look and just see what those numbers are. It was cross-checked. I'm a member of the New England, I think we talked about this before, New England Interstate Water Pollution Control Commission, and we have meetings 3 times a year. New England, New York State, EPA, I presented to them what I had found. And I said, what are you guys finding? And I got a very good study back from the health officer in charge of New Hampshire for the entire state, with a study that was done in New Hampshire showing the same thing. I talked to one of the members who's in charge of the utility district for Greater Boston. I mean, you know, these are people that have a lot bigger systems and a lot bigger staff than we have. They've noticed the same thing. We've noticed, Aaron and I are both on the Champlain Water District. If you look at all the growth in Chittenden County, and there's a lot of it over the last 5 or 6 years, the flows have actually leveled or gone down for water use. We're aging. You know, the population is aging. It's, you know, if you have a house with 4 teenagers, you're going to use a heck of a lot more water than 2 elderly people over 65. I mean, just the way it is. You've got low-flow fixtures that have been introduced. Almost all new houses have low-flow fixtures introduced. So you've got all this stuff working, and then you have costs. As costs go up, some people who maybe on a fixed income can say, I'm not going to take 2 showers a day. I mean, that's crazy, but some of that goes on. So that I think I don't think, when you actually come down, for example, to single-family houses, the actual number was 135 for single-family houses, not 200. But there's a loss factor built in to the system, and I wanted to build in that loss factor and a little factor for safety. So I bumped it up to 150. And in most cases, I bumped them up just enough to account for the loss factor, or looking at what the state uses for numbers. There's a few we actually agree on.
Yeah.
But most of ours are different. And most categories I was able to get data on. There's a few that were very hard. One of them is distilleries or bars who create their own product and then sell it on site. It's very difficult because a lot of those are in buildings where there's a single meter and other users. Almost impossible to get at that data to get a good number. But I did have a number for a couple that were just not by seat, but by institution. And that's at least one category in here that's just a flat number. If you run that kind of a business, it's a flat number. Almost everything else is based on seats, students in the school, houses, condos, all those kind of things. So I feel very confident those numbers are good. And I'm going to jump way ahead because this was another question that came up. Later on when we talk, you'll see that we're able to use those numbers to establish a connection fee that's almost exactly to what people are paying now. And in fact, if you have a larger development, it's actually less. The costs actually go down. It's just, you can't make them exact, but for single family houses, condos, they're almost exactly what they are today. So we tried not to, even though we're going to 150, the rates aren't going to change. They're not going to affect people by having the number change from 200.
Minimum charge may be adjusted. Yeah.
Yes. That was actually one of the questions I had, was that because you're going from 200 to 150, it's
Yep.
not a reduction in charge. Because there's folks that have paid so much on 200, it wouldn't be fair for now somebody to pay less for 150. It should never go down for water and sewer anyway.
Right, and the old cost figures,
Yeah.
I really had to dig to find out how we calculated them because they were never included in the ordinance. You don't have to give the number, but how you do it, in my view, ought to be in the ordinance so that doesn't get lost 15 years from now. And I had to go back and find squiggly notes over at the old files at the landfill on yellow paper that was done about 20 years ago to figure out how did we actually calculate the number, what was the basis for it. And I did find some of the budget numbers in there where in the actual budgets for, I don't know, like 2005 or 2006, and we can again get into that later, there was one paragraph that said, here's how we calculate that fee. So there's a historical basis that I brought forward to today's costs and work those costs so that they wound up being the same.
And I've seen the connection fees, just looking at some of the older files. They've definitely changed and have been modified over time. They've been pretty consistent now and have increased when the board has elected to increase them over the past like 10, 15 years. But there has been some significant changes throughout our history here for connection fees. Any other additional questions or comments or?
I had comments on these, but you covered it, and I appreciate the level of detail you put into this. That's pretty impressive.
Thanks.
How bad for an intern, you know?
Yeah, right. It's been great. I mean, he's gonna get a good review. Moving forward with these changes, we'll likely. Sounds like you guys are kind of on the. We got some buy-in here from the board regarding the direction we're trying to go, both with the map and the reduction in the EU from 200 to 150. We're going to put together some of the information and some of the feedback we've got from tonight's meeting in a memo. We'll put it in the next reading file, kind of give an update on where we stand now. And then we'll review the updates for both the water and sewer ordinances at future select board meetings and present any changes needed to those ordinances in the same manner. Once all three ordinances have been reviewed and updated with final drafts available, we'll start the process of warning first reading of these ordinances and get them approved by the select board. It's going to be our recommendation that all three be approved at the same meetings and read at the same meetings, so there's no delay or any time frame in between where one is in conflict with the other. So all three, the sewer allocation, water use, and sewer use ordinances should be approved at the same meetings moving forward. So
This is very timely because I think there's a bill in the state to transfer all this to towns right now. Anyway, all the allocations. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any public comment?
Maybe just swing that over this way. Great. So we saved the poor tech guy from getting up. Hi, Ken Signorello. So I just have a simple question earlier about how the ordinance, the current ordinance works, and if there are any of the changes that would relate to what we saw earlier today. So if I understood correctly, what happened earlier, we had a developer ask for an additional allocation over what I assume was approved at their DRB meeting. Maybe that's what happens when there's not an adequate allocation initially. And was that the ordinance in action requiring that to come to the select board, and do any of the changes that are being proposed fix that so we don't have a situation where build first, ask for allocation later? That doesn't seem like a good way to operate. Thanks.
Yeah, I can answer that.
Yeah.
I wrote in the ordinance, and again, numbers can be changed, that up to 450 gallons a day could be approved, up to 450 gallons a day, 3 households essentially, could be approved administratively, so they wouldn't have to go to the select board. Those are usually pretty simple. It could be any number. It could be 5 houses, it could be 2 houses, whatever, or just say we're not gonna, they all have to come through. But the intent is, project would go to the DRB first to get conceptual approval to begin with. They would then get preliminary approval from the board for approval of that sewer capacity. Then they would come back with a final project approval. Once they got the final project approval, if nothing else changes in the project, final project approval would be given, and at that point they would have to, before they could start construction, they'd have to pay their allocation fee. There's a second fee, which in combined there's no change from today, but the second fee is a connection fee. So let's say they had 5 houses that they were building, they'd pay that allocation fee up front once all their approvals were done. And the reason for that is because staff has to go to the certify to the state that we have capacity to give them. And before, we were giving those letters out before they ever purchased the capacity, which didn't make any sense.
Conditioned.
So this would say, pay that fee, pay that allocation fee. Now when you come in for each house, you pay a much smaller connection fee as each house is connected. It just makes it clearer. And the same thing would apply to water, where, again, up front for part of it, when you connect, you pay a different fee. It takes it through the process so that they can't go ahead and get their approval and assume they're ready to go, because until they get that other document that says, we've got plan approval, where's your sewer and water approval? They go together. So at one stage, they get one level of approval and nothing changes. It's the form we've kind of developed is kind of simple. You just fill in the next box and nothing's changed. You know, you're good to go, pay the fee. When you pay the fee, you're all set, we release our letter.
It kind of cleans up the process because mistakes are made, and sometimes there's oversight either at our office or when we're collecting fees or whatnot. Having it outlined up front for a developer as he comes in, you'll pay this at this point, this needs to be approved at this point, and this can be conditioned. I'm not a big fan of conditioning letters to the state. I'd like to have, yeah, you are approved for this.
And there is
without condition.
There is a state law, and I've tried to get that in the ordinance, I think I got it right, that basically says, it's an allocation portion of the state law that basically says towns can give out allocations, but it's only good for so long. So if we wouldn't run into that in the future, because if that time frame goes by, you don't have it anymore.
I think part of Ken's question was tonight. The reasoning in the memo was that we were over the 125% of an increase. So, can you outline? Is there still a threshold there, or does the select board not make approvals anymore?
No, you will.
We'll continue to make approvals like we normally do. Normally, tonight we moved it to business, but it's normally in the consent agenda. We will still approve every application.
Yep.
the way it's written right now is you wouldn't approve those with 3 houses or less.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can, that's
That's the way
why
you're
we want
writing it
input.
now.
It's all
Okay.
about scale.
Maybe you
Okay,
want to
okay.
approve it all.
Sorry, I
maybe
just
you wanna
wanted
take those
to.
small
I
ones
think
off
that's
the table.
part of the question he was asking there. So.
There's a certain scale, a certain level, or a certain amount of allocation that we feel the board should be the ones making that ultimate decision on. Some of the smaller asks for like an ADU, that's going to be a big one coming in, or any type of smaller development like a subdivision of a single lot. That's different. That's kind of administratively can be completed. We feel by Greg or the director, either or.
Okay.
Yeah, it's scale.
I just wanted to. That was what I had heard from his question was, is the select board still gonna approve them? So.
Yeah.
Very good.
Good, thank you much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, he's back.
What's that?
Where we adjusted the agenda for truck 605?
So now we're ready for the truck, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
6D.
That's good, because I had that wrong in my notes. So next item is consider approval of truck 605 replacement for fiscal year 2026.
Okay. Issue is whether the select board will approve the purchase of the replacement maintenance vehicle truck 605 and direct staff to sign a purchase and sale agreement. Truck 605 was last replaced back in 2008, so it's old. This truck is currently used for emergency work and hauls all our safety equipment and some of our repair materials to job sites as needed for repairs. The current approved water sewer capital plan identifies truck 605 to be replaced in FY 2026 with $85,000 budgeted for its replacement. Staff solicited 3 quotes from 3 local dealerships for a new Ford F-350 gas-powered cab and chassis truck. Staff also requested within that quote to provide the spec service body. Staff recommends the Duramag maintenance body over the Reading maintenance body based off of prior experience and build quality and service. The only quote that provided a Duramag body was from New Car. You can see the 3 quotes that we were provided for both the cab and chassis and the bodies, maintenance bodies. All 3 bids came in under what was budgeted for FY26 capital plan. Staff recommends going with the second lowest bidder, New Car. They were the only ones that did provide the Duramag maintenance body. This is a delta of $430. Staff doesn't really feel that this is a significant amount of money for us to go with the equipment and the vehicle and the Duramag body. We just had bad experience with the Reading bodies. Some of them leaking within the first year. The guys have had issues with the locks and the latches not properly latching over time, and doors opening when they're going around corners, and it's just it's not ideal. Our water sewer foreman Tyler Bortz, he did do some research on different bodies, found that this one had some pretty high marks. So for recommending we go with the second low bidder, New Car, for the total amount of $72,123.
Any comments?
I just have a quick question because thank you for the clarification earlier about the parentheses 8. But are all of our trucks almost 20 years old, or do we have anything newer?
No, almost 20 years old. Some are 14. Water sewer, what we're trying to do.
Well, I see they're all getting replaced in the next
Yes.
3 years. So my question was,
We have a very old maintenance fleet for.
they were older than 8.
We have a fleet of Rams, diesel trucks. They've definitely served us well. They've outlived their service life. We definitely got our money's worth out of them. This is a upgrade that needs to take place, and we've identified that on our capital plan for the next 3 years, so to concluding this year.
Awesome. And just to follow up on that, and I'll leave you alone. Are we gonna try to auction those vehicles? Or are we gonna private? You're gonna trade them in. Okay. I didn't see. Is there a trade value listed from New Car?
No, but it's usually, we usually work that out.
After.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then any money that is not used in capital, obviously, or in that account, it's rolled
into the next truck. Okay. Do you foresee getting good value on trade-in from the past, or do you think that there's a possibility to look at the process of how we get rid of those vehicles?
That particular truck, no, I don't see getting much value left out of it. It's, like, it's been well loved, well used, and it's served us well. I don't see a lot of value left in that.
Awesome. Thanks.
That truck.
Good.
I have no question. Any public comment? Pretty straightforward.
Make the motion.
Need a
Make a
motion?
motion the select board will approve the purchase of the replacement maintenance vehicle for truck 605 and direct staff to sign the purchase and sale agreement.
With
I have a motion.
I just like it to amend it should be
Oh.
with new car.
Oh,
specifically.
sorry. Yeah, I didn't see there was an actual motion. I just read off the header. There we go. I was wondering where that was on the back. Agreement with new car.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Shannon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next agenda item is a discussion about the updates to the Town of Essex Charter.
Just a quick update for you, some good news. As you remember, last year at town meeting, voters approved 7 changes to the town charter. Those have gone to the legislature. It starts with the House Government Operations and Military Affairs Committee. They review all proposed charter changes. With or without changes, they then advance them to the rest of the legislature. So Kendall and I have been testifying with House Gov Ops 3 times in the past 2 weeks or so, as they've been taking up the charter amendments. They did vote it out of committee on Friday. They made one change, which I believe Andy had caught. We had made a change to have the select board appointing cemetery commissioners. Currently in the charter, it's they're appointed by the manager with approval from the select board. So in making the change to bring those to the select board for approval, we forgot to strike it out of the manager section. So House Gov Ops is changing that. Otherwise, it's sending the charter changes on to the rest of the legislature as approved by the Essex voters.
Yeah.
I'd heard there'd been some pushback on the minutes section. Has
Yeah,
that
I would
worked
say
out?
more questions and clarification. I think they wanted to make sure, and so if you remember, our charter right now talks about the select board minutes must be approved at the next meeting. That was amended and approved by voters last year to say as soon as is reasonably possible. And the issue for that is sometimes it's just not possible to get minutes approved at the next meeting. If we have a Saturday meeting followed by a Monday meeting or something like that, we just don't have time to put them together. We do always abide by open meeting law, which says that draft minutes must be posted to the website within 5 days. We're still doing that. So I think there was just some clarification with the subcommittee that we're not trying to get out of open meeting law. We're not trying to go beyond those 5 days. We always stick with the 5 days. We're just looking for some flexibility in when the minutes are approved. There's actually nothing in state law that requires the minutes to be approved, apart from our charter. So I think there's just some clarification about what that request was about, and once that was explained, they're comfortable with that.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Any comments? Public comments?
Nothing in mind.
Okay. Moving on to our next business item is discussion and potential action about town meeting outreach for select board members.
So this is something that the select board has been doing for a number of years now, probably 7, 8, 9, 10 at least. really the select board as part of the town meeting preparation, started going out and meeting with residents out in the community. It's a lot of sporting events at the high school level, high school concerts, choirs, stuff like that. Sometimes the town has different events throughout the year that might be timely with Parks and Rec, different things like that. We were talking earlier about question and answers about the ballot. That's something that we put together, get a packet together for select board members to go out and engage with residents. Sometimes it's just handing it out. Sometimes it might lead to conversation. You've all been doing it. I have not, so you know it better than me, but for our residents, this is part of the process. It's just a chance to let people know what's on the ballot. Town meeting's coming up. We'll have the soup night again this year, so staff has put together a list of potential events for you to sign up for. It doesn't have to happen tonight, but it just, I guess, tonight, are you interested in doing that? And should we start getting stuff ready? We will have the questions and answer Q&As in draft form for you to review on February 2nd. And once those are approved, we can have them ready for you to hand out if you desire to do so.
Ethan?
I was talking to Greg earlier today, but I was unsure how I couldn't remember from past years, but I don't think that I'm gonna ask Andy a little bit, but I don't know if it's appropriate for somebody that's campaigning to be handing out this material. So I was kind of gonna say to you guys that I don't think it's appropriate. I haven't done it before in election years because I know I've been busy, and I don't remember how everybody else has treated it, but I think it may be up to the two of you this year, because I'm going to be campaigning, and if I'm handing out, I might have an unfair advantage.
That's a good.
Right, if the town is providing campaign
That's a good
materials. Yeah, I was going to bring this same thing up.
That's how I remembered it, and I said that to Greg earlier, and I was like, I don't remember if that's exactly, but I mean, that's how I remember it. So,
Mhm.
but I have done the hockey game for a couple years, and it's my favorite one because everybody comes in and then you go home. You hit a lot of people.
Could you just from my understanding, the three of you that have done this before, do we have a booth? Do we have a table? Is it just standing there with the
Stand there with a stack of papers, and it's a little awkward. You have to ask if they're an Essex town resident.
Sure.
Or you're a resident of Essex, because I mean it's always been that way. Even when the junction was still part of us, you still
you
didn't.
got to get the right people.
Well, no, they were all town residents.
fair enough.
But if it's at a sporting event, you've got the opposing
islands
team
and stuff,
coming,
yeah.
and so now it's even a little bit smaller pool when you do those things. But just ask, and most people are anxious to get in and find a seat. They say thank you and take it. Quite often, most often, the response is thank you.
Great.
And they actually do take it. So you hand out you can hand out a lot of them. They don't necessarily want to spend a lot of time talking to you unless you go to some of the singing or music events at the high school. They have everybody stand out in the lobby. They don't let anybody into the auditorium until the performers are ready.
Okay.
And so you have a lot of time to talk to the people up and down that. That's a very good one to interact with people because they're just standing there waiting to go in. But for most, anyway, the sporting events, people want to go find a seat. They say thank you and they take it.
Sure. Yeah, looking at the list, it looked like it was mostly just sporting events at the high school.
Hockey, basketball.
Looked like there was two, like a sled dogs thing and
Sled
something
dog
like that.
things, yeah, that's fun.
Valentine's sweets during the midday. I didn't see any of the choral events or stuff like that, but yeah, that sounds like a great thing. I'm glad to take a few shifts.
It's an introvert's nightmare, but you'll do fine.
So the real question is, how many copies do you want?
Well, that's the question. I mean, at these events, you said it goes like candy sometimes. Do you need like 50?
50 is a good number.
Typically printed out 20, 25. Sometimes that's not enough. Sometimes it's plenty. It depends. Yeah, but if all of you have guidance as to the right number, I'm happy to take that.
You've always printed me 50 because I go to the one hockey game with 25 and I use a couple, and then second hockey game, I don't get as many people.
That's true. Sometimes if we know you go into a few events,
It's like
we'll get you
both
a
hockey
bigger packet.
games, right?
Sure.
But Don always did good at the basketball game. I know that.
Great. Wow.
So it sounds
He used to
like
be on the basketball team, so.
we're up for a packet
All right.
this year.
We haven't decided any of the information yet. We're just
No,
gonna
I
do a
think-
Q&A in our ballot potentially. Or?
Yeah, we typically do Q&As for each ballot item. We'll put together an info sheet usually for the informational town meeting about the showcase, try to get people out. But yeah, so it's usually copy of the ballot, info flyer about the showcase and the informational hearing, and then Q&As on the ballot questions.
Great.
No need to worry about a quorum, so if the two of you just want to let me know when you're going to be going out, and we'll make sure to have stuff ready for you.
After the packet's ready. Yeah, I think these initial dates for next week might be a little premature, but I think when you look at it, mid to late February would be good.
Great.
Don't wait too long. It's coming.
Hey, thank you. I don't
Yeah,
think
my
any
back.
public comment on that one, unless anybody's got public comment. Okay, our next business item is discussion about meeting preparation process and semi-weekly meetings with the chair, vice chair, town manager, and deputy town manager.
Yeah, so just wanted to put this out there to figure out how you want to handle the agenda prep process, partially in the next couple months when Tracy's not here. Also, you can start thinking about how you might want to handle it, if you want to handle it differently, once there's potentially new members on the board. Currently, historically, the town manager and the select board chair have always met before the meeting to prepare for the meeting. It's varied over the years. Sometimes it's after the agenda's gone out and the packet's gone out. Sometimes it's beforehand. More recently, it's been before the packet goes out. It's evolved over the years as well. My predecessors used to bring me into it to build capacity for me. I think it was Andy started with Tracy when you were the chair and Tracy was the vice chair, trying to build capacity with the vice chair. So Tracy continued that when Kendall's been the vice chair. The two of us, or the three of us, I suppose, met last week with Kendall as vice chair and Shannon as clerk, kind of stepping up to fill the leadership positions for the time being. But just wanted to put out there, is that something you wanted to continue as is for the next couple of months, potentially beyond? Do you want to build capacity? We've heard over the years, just curiosity about what happens at these meetings and how does it help people prepare. So could be an option to build capacity for other members. That would of course require somebody to be willing to step back for some time. My recommendation is that if the chair is available, that the chair should always be part of the meeting, since they will be running the actual select board meeting, help them prepare for that. Certainly if the chair is not available or knows they're not going to be at a meeting, that could be an opportunity for the vice chair. I know that you two are not chair and vice chair at this point, but please just bear with me for the sake of you acting in those roles. But basically, yeah, do you want to continue with it as is? Do you want to invite other select board members into that process? Just wanted to put that out with for discussion, as we have a little bit of change right now, and again, thinking about what the future might bring.
Can I ask a question? So there's nothing written for, obviously we want the chair there, but I'm saying that there's nothing written right now in any of our policies or charter or anything about who attends the meeting, right? So, understanding that it's January 26th and we have an election in a month and 4 days, 5 days, whatever. I feel that this is something that should, this is just my opinion. I might not be on the board come spring, but I feel that this is something that should be left unwritten and just be asked upon at the beginning of the year, because it's never been an open conversation of shall others attend. It's always been, my time on the board. I know Andy was able to start this and it's a great thing, but having the chair and the vice chair, it's never been an open invite to any other members. So I think it's important that it's just an unwritten thing, and then the board can kind of decide how they feel fit. That way we're not making it you can or can't. You know what I mean? Because at any point in time, like as say, you know, you just did as clerk, but say I wanted to go to a couple meetings. There's nothing saying that I can. There's nothing saying that I can't. As long as we're all kind of in agreement, and that could be for anybody that sits on the board. If they're, you know, I just feel that brings a different level of involvement and transparency to be a part of the process, rather than just being somebody that's at the meeting. You know. But just my comments. That's all I got.
Andy?
As far as what we do for the next several weeks, I'm comfortable with Kendall and Shannon if they can or want to continue doing the meeting as it has been done. I have concern about making it an open invitation or a rotating invitation or because having been to those meetings, I know that some topics are talked about across multiple meetings. And then if you introduce a third member into any of those discussions, you've violated open meeting law. And so if we were to have a third or fourth or fifth person in the rotation, then the manager would have to keep track of what conversations have been had in prior meetings and not bring those topics up when a third person is in the room who hasn't, if another member has been involved in any discussion about it. So I think it would be overly complicated to have more than a subquorum involved in the meeting on an ongoing basis.
If the manager and two select board members are discussing something for multiple meetings in a row, that proves the point that there's business happening without the rest of the select board. So I think that's a very poor example, because shall you need to talk about it a second time, it should be on the agenda and warned public business. It shouldn't be a private conversation between two ranked select board members and the manager, and that's my biggest problem with the whole process.
Examples where that would be inappropriate if there are legal discussions.
Executive session, the whole board.
Certainly can do that.
That's the thing I would think as a responsible chair is any business that's worth discussing should be brought to the board. And that's where I had my problem with it before, because I had caught wind of this exact example. And that's, to me, is conducting business outside of a meeting with two ranking members of the board. But can be viewed either way, I guess.
I found it invaluable for you to do this.
I agree.
So, I mean,
I agree.
You know, I think really it's just 2 meetings between now and when we're going to have a new board, or 4 meetings once the election takes place. I viewed it as a job rather than an actual, like, anything else other than that. Basically, in case Kendall got lost in the woods and I had to jump in that seat today, I wanted to make sure I was prepared as much as I could, because this is not a role I have done yet, and I wanted to make sure I knew at least what things were going. So I think for the next 4 meetings, I would say it makes sense, and I would feel more prepared personally to sit in this, position and make sure that if Kendall is not able to be here, I'm ready to be prepared and know what's on the agenda before prepping for the weekend and stuff. And I also think there is something to be said about the board should have an influence in setting the agenda.
well, I will point out that the town manager sets the agenda. A lot of folks don't understand that, but it's very clear that the town manager sets the agenda. We might offer agenda items, but that's the purview of the town manager. So a lot of the meetings are basically were just updated by the manager and prep for the meeting that's coming up. So it's not anything.
You have that clearly defined from our charter that says that he creates everything on the agenda. And it's his discretion of how the board operates by his agenda. It doesn't say that at all.
No, but
it says he's responsible for creating it.
It's an orderly conduct of business.
So yeah, it's not a charter. policy.
It's a policy, yeah.
Can be changed.
I also might argue that statute gives the manager the authority to run the town as he sees fit. And that's means setting the agenda, in my view.
Okay. We can move on, or I can head out, but I'm not going to waste time on this conversation. So
Okay, well, then for now, we're
It's a
set
discussion.
with continuing
Stuff.
so. So the next two items appear to be executive session. So we'll move on to the reading file. Any comments on the reading file?
just want to thank the Public Works for all their hard work during this.
So noted. Dan?
Similar type of thing. I appreciate seeing the fire numbers. I wanted to thank the volunteers and the staff for all they did in the past year.
I've got an upcoming meeting question. Do we need to have a meeting next week? There are agenda items that need to be covered next week. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we weren't having a meeting for the sake of having a meeting. If there, okay.
So we may not have a meeting next week?
You will almost definitely have a meeting next week. There's a very high likelihood that we'll be having a dog hearing. Which is required
Oh, what?
when they come in.
We won't have-
A dog hearing, potentially vicious dog hearing.
Oh dear. Oh, yuck.
That'd be 2 for me before I get off the board.
Okay. The only comment I'll make was that when we did the prep for town meeting, I was surprised in there to find out that only 4 cents of a dollar that a customer says goes to fire, as opposed to the number that goes to police and administration and stuff. I was quite surprised because you hear a lot that fire is super expensive, that they're eating a huge part of the budget, but they're really not. So that's my only comment. So I guess if we're all set with that, I will look for a motion for executive sessions. Yeah, Andy?
I make the motion that the select board enter into executive session to discuss a disciplinary or dismissal action against a public officer or employee in accordance with 1 VSA section 313A4 to include the town manager and deputy manager?
Just me.
Just town manager.
A second.
Second, okay. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
And if I can just say something to hopefully avoid any speculation, I should have said it earlier. Karen has a personal matter going on tonight, so she couldn't make it. Family matter.
I make the motion that the select board make the specific finding that general public knowledge of pending or probable civil litigation or prosecution to which the public body is or may be a party would place the town at a substantial disadvantage.
Second.
Moved, and it's the second from Shannon. Motion on the table. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Andy?
Move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss pending or probable civil litigation or prosecution to which the public body is or may be a party pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A1E to include the town manager.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. And
Are we likely to need to extend the meeting?
Oh. Possibly.
possibly.
No.
That-
I can
There's
give
nothing
the
that
information
deep.
and if as much as I can, and you can decide
Yeah.
out there.
Then let's hurry.
Will we be coming back after?
No.